Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting, March 29, 2023. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Villalobos, will you please recite the TV coverage announcement and then go ahead with the roll call?
Happy to do so, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the Commission. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County and Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, San Maria, and Orca areas. Rebroadcast of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays after 5 p.m. on CSB TV Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Moving on to the roll call. Commissioner Cooney. Commissioner Bradley. Here. Commissioner Farini. Here. And Chair Park.
Here.
And Commissioner Martinez will be joining us late this morning.
Okay. And now can we have our agenda status report from Mr. Wilson?
Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission. In regards to the status of our agenda, we have two items that are scheduled for today. The first item is the North Fork Ranch Frost Ponds project, and then the appeal of a terra firma cannabis cultivation project. As the Commission may be aware, we did receive a continuance request from the applicant on this project. I'm asking for this project to be continued. If it's okay with the Commission, I would recommend if we could take the continuance item request first.
We'll do that.
And then other than that, staff is ready to present on the project for North Fork today.
Okay. Can you go ahead and give us your projection report?
Chair and members of the Commission, looking at the projection report, I do have one request right out the gate. That would be to cancel our hearing for April 5th. We had canceled the Montecito Planning Commission's hearing, and in our scramble, we found the next available hearing, which was April 5th, which is actually a County Planning Commission hearing. If the Commission would cancel that meeting, it'd be great. Then we'd move the Montecito Planning Commission on the 5th for their hearing that was canceled.
Oh, and so all those projects we see there, are those all Montecito Planning Commission projects? Got it. Got it right.
And then moving further into April 12th will be our next scheduled County Planning Commission hearing. There are two items projected for that. We have another general plan initiation request in the Orchid area, and then we have an ordinance amendment to extend the COVID-19 temporary zoning ordinance regulations on that date as well. And that hearing is in Santa Maria as well. And that's on April 12th. And then moving further into the month, April 26th, we'll be in Santa Barbara on that hearing, and that has 3 items projected. We have the Plains Pipeline continuance that is coming back for the Commission's further review and consideration. We have a lot line adjustment in the Carpentry area, and then we have a Isla Vista Recreation and Parks Department project on that day as well. And moving into May 3rd, we're going to be in Santa Barbara again. We have 4 items listed on that. A public convenience and necessity or code consistency on that date. Then we have an appeal of a Kelowna Cannabis Nursery, Gaviota Coast Conservancy, appeal of the Moore Ranch project as well. And then we have another appeal of certifiers appeal of the Gaviota Coast Conservancy, appeal of the DMF Fund Restoration Project. And then May 10th, we have no items scheduled for that date. And then moving into the last part of May, we have the long range planning is bringing the safety element update on that day, and that is in Santa Barbara as well. And then June 7th, nothing projected, and June 14th, we continue to have the cannabis retail storefront project in Los Alamos scheduled for that date. No other items are projected at this point, Mr. Chair.
You know, Mr. Wilson, just thinking out loud, with regard to dates that are relatively free in May, even early June. And for the benefit of the other planning commissioners, I tell you that Mr. Wilson and I and others have been working on a project that really is another department's baby, but we're involved. And it's the recreation master plan. And County Parks is asking for as much as 2 6-hour sessions for workshops on that, and talking about May, even early May, which I think is unlikely. But if we looked at late May, we've got a May 31 date of only one other thing on the calendar there, and then an open June 7. So maybe in our discussions on whether to do this and how to do it, we might aim for those dates. I'm just musing out loud. Okay, well, thank you. Any questions on the projection report from planning commissioners?
Chair.
Yes. Mr. Cooney.
Am I on? Can you hear me? I'm not sure.
I can, but I'm 2 feet away. so-
Okay, good. Well, we'll just go with you and me then.
Yeah.
I will move that we cancel our meeting of April 5th.
Oh, right. And do we have a second on that? Second. Any discussion on that motion? Then, let's see, we don't need a roll call. Well,
No, we don't.
Mr. Martinez is right here. So, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, say aye. There you go.
Good morning, Vince.
All right, the motion is carried. And then Commissioner Bradley, had you wanted to speak? I think I saw your light. Did not. Okay. Then let's see if we have any public comment. This would be comment on matters that are not on today's agenda. We reserve a total of 15 minutes for it. We never go to that. And I'd ask anybody that has public comment limit to the normal 3 minutes. Do we have anyone lined up as far as you know, Mr. Villalobos?
Mr. Chair, all the speaker slips that I've seen have been for items on our standard agenda, but we have quite a few people on Zoom right now. Just want to give anyone the opportunity, if you want to speak on items not on today's agenda, just raise your hand in Zoom and I'll call on you, or anyone present, just stand up and come to the podium.
Okay,
I'm not seeing any hands.
looks like we don't have any public comment then.
Take that back. Looks like we have one.
We have one.
We have one.
And let's be darn sure that this is not on a
Oh, wait.
matter that's before us today.
Hand went down.
Yeah, okay. That's why we state that 2 or 3 times. Well, then let's go on to our planning commissioners informational reports. If any of my fellow commissioners have an information report they want to give on doings in their districts or whatever else is of interest to them. Okay, then let's move on to our minutes. And we have 3 sets of minutes. Who would like to comment on those? Commissioner Cooney.
Mr. Chair, we can take them all together as far as I'm concerned.
Let's do that.
All
Appreciate
right,
it.
I would move approval without change for the minutes of February 22nd, March 1, and March 8.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Freeney. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion's carried.
Well, what?
Yes. Who's going to render our director's report?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I will provide some information. Any detailed questions, I'll defer to Director Palmer when she returns. She's
Okay.
out of the office. Just to give a brief overview of what's coming up to the board, or what happened last week, the long range planning work program went before the board was approved. That'll be folded into our regular budget. It's status quo. Most of the projects that are or were on the long range work program will continue. Again, that we're moving into a 3-year timeframe on our long range work program. So there wasn't any major changes or shocks to the long range work program. Moving as far as the other thing, I'll just as a reminder, I think Director Brown covered this at a prior meeting, but the N bar and C bar boundaries were realigned to match the new Board of Supervisors boundaries. It mainly was the change in the Lompoc area from Lompoc over to the valley. So the big change with that is Los Alamos is now in the N bar boundaries for review of projects. Then moving, or I think I'm doing the projection report again. Looking at upcoming hearings for the board, on April 4th, there is a item on the board agenda for a housing element update. And so if you're interested, you could watch that date. Just from what I'm hearing from staff is that they're anticipating to submit to HCD this Friday, the draft of housing element. While that's being reviewed by HCD, which is a 90-day review period, they're continuing to move the PIR, complete that, look at continue to work on the rezones and that process for what that would look like. And then once we get comments back from HCD, we'll revise the housing element as needed and then look for planning commission adoption. They're looking at late summer, but and then the board maybe late fall. But as we know, things change or things happen. So those are very tentative dates as far as the housing element goes.
So the board will, they'll get a report on the housing update next Tuesday. What will they need to act on that or?
My understanding is next week is just a briefing to the board on where we're at and next steps. My understanding is there's no action required of the board next week. They may give further instructions, but that's my understanding.
I think they'll all call in sick because they'll have the housing update and then they'll have the ambulance contract. What a day for the board.
It'll be a good day to show up.
Yeah.
On that day as well is the Highway 101 appeal on April 4th. So it's a packed agenda. A lot of fun things happening on that day. And then May 16th is the targeted date that we'll take, depending on how the hearing goes with the Planning Commission. We're targeting May 16th for the COVID ordinance amendments. Basically, again, we're just extending it out 1 year. And then
So that go in front of the board?
So we're trying to bring that to the Planning Commission on April 12th. And then trying to go to the board on May 16th.
Excellent.
And then it'll be effective 30 days after that. So that's the tentative schedule for that. And that again is just to extend those provisions out 1 year.
Well, but that's really important to do it. And I field a lot of questions from the wine industry about that. And I think it's just excellent work to have that prepared and agendized so we can do it well ahead of time. I think a lot of people will really appreciate that. Thank you.
And then the last thing is the safety element is tentatively targeted to go to the board on July 11th. And that follows when it goes to the Planning Commission earlier. And then our budget workshops are the week of April 18th. And so we're going to be busy the next couple of weeks preparing for our budget workshops. So that's all that I have as far as director's report.
Very good. Do any of my fellow commissioners have questions of Mr. Wilson on the director's report or want to relay any questions to Director Plowman? I think not. Well, then let's go on to our standard agenda. And since I think we'll take up terra firma first, why don't you read in the terra firma one, which is item 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of appellants April Gillette and Chad Melville to consider the appeals of the Planning and Development Department's decision to approve the terra firma Long Beach LLC Cannabis Cultivation Project, case number 19 LUP 157.
Okay. Do we have any ex parte disclosures to make?
Yes, Chair Park. On
Okay.
March 22nd, I had a Zoom conference with Jordan Main, land use planner, and Ryan Robinson, both members of the project.
Excellent. And Commissioner Briley?
I had a site visit with Mr. Prim and Mr. Robinson last Friday at the site. And that's all.
Very good. Okay, and so we'll have a staff report on the memorandum requesting continuance, I guess.
Good morning, commissioners.
I'm
Just-
sure.
Yeah, I'll take it. So we got sort of a last minute piece of information about potential easement for a well that is part of the project. I don't think the applicant was aware of this easement, so it could definitely have some impacts to the project. So they asked for a continuance in order to explore the easement, which I think is smart. So
Sure. And will the applicant need to make a presentation today on this regard? Okay. And do any of my fellow commissioners have questions of Mr. Seward's about this? All right. Ms. Richardson, should we have some public comment on this? I think so. Do we have any public comment on this item? And that's really not the merits of the item, it's the merits of the continued request. Okay,
Mr. Chair, we get Mr. Villalobos to see if there's any Zoom public comments.
oh.
We did have, I did see on the registration list, a couple people for item number 2. There are quite a few people online. If you could help me out and raise your hand if you would like to speak to item number 2, I'd very much appreciate it. It looks like we have one hand.
And this is not really on the merits for item number 2, but on the merits of the request for continuance. You know, if we continue it, you'll have ample opportunity to speak at any upcoming hearing on that item.
First speaker will be Kathleen March.
No, I don't want to speak on item 2, the cannabis cultivation project, but my screen is completely black. Can you people turn on the video for this meeting? I thought this was a Zoom video meeting.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay. Anybody else on item number 2?
That was it.
Apparently not. Since this is in my district, I'll make the motion to continue and ask if there's a second. Go to the okay. So we want to have input from the appellants on the request for continuance. All right. Appellants, do you have any comments on the request for continuance? Come on up.
It's like a chess clock. I have to push it to get my 3 minutes. Okay, I'm Jim Fields. I'm the immediate neighbor to the project. We were informed, I believe just yesterday, of the request of the applicant to continue this. We've no objection. As a matter of fairness, if our opponents aren't ready to present, then we'll give them this opportunity to prepare. So again, we have no, we're not appealing the ask for the continuance.
Got it. Well, thanks. Thanks for clarifying your position on this.
Yeah.
And anyone else need to speak for the appellants? Guess not. Let's see, I made the motion. Anybody second? I can't recall.
Yeah, I'll second.
Oh, we do have one.
Sorry. I'm
Okay,
April Gillette. That was my husband. So we are not, as we're not going to contest the continuous, like you said. As to the well, is that something we should talk about now or no?
no,
Okay. There was a person that was the person who has that well easement actually was going to do a Zoom call this afternoon. And she can better explain the situation there.
well, I think that's best left to the next hearing.
Right.
And let's discuss that. We've got a motion to continue with, and thank you, Mr. With a second, but this is, as I recall from the memorandum, to continue to a date uncertain, so to speak, so it'll get rescheduled.
That is correct. It'll be
So-
rescheduled and renoticed.
So, Mr. Chair, just a clarification on that. The request or the motion, if you could, just remove it from the agenda. And then we'll reschedule it when it's ready to go. So that would be, as far as procedurally, the way to do it.
Okay, well, then I'll amend my motion to remove it from the agenda. And is that okay with you, Mr. Freeney?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody have any comments on the motion from the commission? I do have one thing to say. I might as well say it now. Often when we continue and we continue for new information, that new information is useful in supporting settlement negotiations between the parties. I know nothing about settlement negotiations between the parties and whether they exist at all or where they might be headed, but I'm just speaking from our general experience. And I think you should, all the parties should know where some of us are coming from. This is an unusual case for us for now because heretofore we've been LUP cases on most of the cannabis matters, but now everything is a CUP case. So we have broader discretion and there's, for practical purposes, different timelines involved. If anybody's been watching cannabis hearings for the last 2 years, you've heard me like a parrot referring to the need for housing on cannabis projects. I note, without getting into the merits of the case, there's 42 acres of cultivation planned with 20 full-time employees. And there's existing housing on the parcel that'll be converted to office space or something like that, if I read the project description right. So when this comes up on the merits, I'm going to talk very seriously about requirement of housing. And I'll talk about our ag employee dwelling unit ordinance and how you can even use park mod trailers to supply farm employee housing quickly and relatively cheaply. So all that will get rousing discussion. I promise that. And that's something that people should be prepared for. Staff should be prepared for that. The applicants should be prepared for that, and the appellants. And it might even motivate the appellants and applicants to discuss settlement all over again. I don't know, but at least you're aware of it. Fair warning. Okay, well, let's go on and vote on this. All in favor, please say aye to continue, or rather to remove the item from our agenda.
Aye.
Aye. The motion's carried. Well, there's no item number 3, so I think it leaves us to item number 1. Will you read that into the record?
The following is a hearing on the request of Rhode Inc. to property owner to consider case number 16 CUP 5 and to certify the environmental impact report 21 EIR 2 pursuant to the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Okay. May I hear from my fellow commissioners as to any ex parte disclosures? And I see that Commissioner Bridley's hand is raised.
I'm having a hard time seeing when the slide is on or not, but I do have a disclosure. So I had a conference call with Anna Citrin and the Jaffes, who are one of the appellants, last Thursday. And then I also had a conversation, just one conversation with Mr. Tetley, the agent for the applicant, yesterday.
Okay. And then let's see, Commissioner Cooney.
Sure, yes, almost a ditto there of Commissioner Bradley. Telephone conversation with the Jaffes and with Brian Telly.
Okay. And then, let's see, Commissioner Cooney, did you have disclosures?
I do, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I spoke briefly with Brian Tetley on Monday of this week. We didn't really get into the project, but had a nice catch up. In general, I had a Zoom call with Anna Citrin, one of the attorneys for the opponents, Roberta Jaffe and Steve Gleisman were on the call.
Okay, and then Mr. Martinez, do you have?
Yes, good morning to all. I had no ex parte communications, but I have to recuse myself because I have litigation experience with the Kayama water basin situation and it's recent. So I talked to county council. That's what my conference was about. Thought we were still going to have another matter. That's why I was making sure I was here, but
Oh
I
my
have to
gosh.
recuse myself here. Now.
I don't know. I could give you a special secret project, so you don't have to go back to the office. Okay, would you like me to do that?
On the record, yeah, so that
Yes.
apparently won't call me and tell me, I know you're
It's-
not there.
You know, you know my project, and you have 3 hours you need to work on this and not go back to your office until afternoon. All right.
Chair Park, could I clarify one thing for the commissioners?
Sure.
Just for clarification, there are no appellants on this case yet. This is a first hearing of the item, so everybody who's made comments are just public comment at this point.
That's right. And, you know, I'm glad you brought that up because, and remind me when I finish this statement to talk about my own ex parte contacts, but what Mr. Seward has just reminded us of has consequences for how we conduct the hearing today. You know, and it's a little ironic in a way because this matter, when it first came to the commission, was how many years ago? I can't remember. I was here, and it was an appeal at that time, and then it went back for more environmental review, and it's coming back now as a conditional use permit request. It's not an appeal. So the applicants will have time to speak, and I'll give you the normal 15 minutes. I haven't had a request for other than that, but there are no appellants. So if you oppose the project, you won't have the usual time that an appellant would have. What you'll have is public comment time, which under our rules and procedures is essentially 3 minutes a piece. So you probably already know that, but if you don't, be aware of it. And also will be a difference in sequence of presentation, because if there's an appeal, typically, of course, staff goes first, and then appellants go, and then there's the applicants. Here, it'll be staff, then applicants, and then we'll have public comment, and applicants will have some opportunity for rebuttal as well. So I'm glad you brought it up, Mr. Sewards. Ex parte contacts. I had a Zoom conference a few weeks ago with the Jaffes. I was about to call you appellants, but of course I'd be wrong. And their attorney. And I had a very polite phone message from Mr. Tetley asking me if I wanted to have any questions or wanted to have a site visit. I've been all over that site in the past, didn't feel I needed a site visit. And also, I didn't have any questions at the time because there was so much documentation to wade through. I hadn't done it yet. But I appreciate the request, Mr. Tetley, and sometime we ought to have lunch together and catch up, as somebody said. But apologize for not meeting with you. But that's it for ex parte disclosures for me. All right, we ready for a staff report? Oh, Ms. Richardson.
Chair Park and Commissioners, if I could build briefly off of the procedural reminders that you just went over
Please.
and frame a couple items. I'm sure Mr. Rodriguez will get into much more detail, but it's been quite a while since the Planning Commission saw this project. And I believe we have some different commissioners, but last time it came before the commission directed a focused EIR instead of relying on the negative declaration. That was then appealed to the board, and the board considered just the CEQA piece. And at that time, the board similarly directed a focused EIR, and in doing that also considered how to analyze water in the document, and their direction was to analyze the operation of the frost ponds and the associated frost protection system. In the interim, there was some case law coming out indicating some disapproval of focused EIRs. Essentially, a negative declaration is an option or a full EIR. So this focused EIR was then beefed up and converted to a full EIR. So that's a little bit of background. I'm sure Mr. Rodriguez will get into details, and we're here for any questions.
I'm glad you provided that because I'm chuckling because when this first came before us, it was me that squeaked about further biological review and the need for EIR. I made the motion to do that. And then it went to the board and it became more of a water issue. And then, and of course, now the biological comes back because it's a full EIR. And it's just interesting how these things go. Sorry for being an I told you so, but it's just built into all of this. So here we are. Okay, well, thank you for that. And staff, are you ready for your report?
We are, thank you.
Well, thank you. Let's go ahead.
We're waiting.
I'm sure it's not going to be an oral report today strictly, so
Right,
there you go.
Here we go. This is what we're waiting for. Okay, thank you. My name is Steve Rodriguez. I'm a contract planner working with the county. I've been involved with this project since its inception. The North Fork Ranch Frost Ponds project, it is a minor conditional use permit. And as we've discussed, an EIR has been prepared for the project. And also joining us today is on Zoom is Miss Tamara Klug with Stantec. Stantec helped the county prepare the EIR. Okay, next. So the project is located in the Cuyama Valley. This shows the location of the project property. The project property is about 9 miles from the community of New Cuyama. The project includes the construction and operation of 3 reservoirs that would be distributed across a parcel that's about 6,500 acres in size. The reservoirs are identified by numbers 1, 2, and 3. And as you can see, they're distributed across the project site. And they're about 1,200 to 3,000 feet south of Highway 166. The project site is zoned Ag 2. Next. Some pictures of the project sites that were taken right after the notice of preparation for the EIR was published. So that was in January 2020. This is reservoir site number 1, looking southward. And the reservoir would be kind of in the foreground, middle ground area of this photo. Number 2. This is reservoir site number 2 in the center of the project property. The reservoir would be between this viewpoint, and you can see the vineyards that the reservoirs would serve sort of in the center of that picture. And if you look really closely, you can see a truck passing on Highway 166. Next. And this is the final site, reservoir number 3, looking southward and probably standing within the reservoir site itself. Okay, next. So the proposed project would construct and operate 3 water storage reservoirs that would serve an existing vineyard that's about 840 acres in size. Each of the reservoirs would have a footprint of about 5 acres and would store about 45 acre-feet of water. Water stored in the reservoirs would be supplied by existing agricultural wells that are used to irrigate the existing vineyard. And that water, the water that is stored, would be used to operate the vineyard's existing spray irrigation frost protection system. When the frost protection system is used now, it's using water that is supplied directly from the existing wells. So there's no storage capacity to operate the system. Construction of the reservoirs would require about 131,000 cubic yards of cut, 127,000 cubic yards of fill, and all those numbers are not the same. Grading on the project site would be balanced. Next. This shows a typical grading plan for one of the reservoirs. The construction and design of each of the reservoirs is pretty similar. This just happens to be reservoir number 2. The interior side slopes of each reservoir would be lined with an impervious liner, which would prevent water from infiltrating into the reservoir slopes. The reservoir would have a depth of about 27 feet. And the exterior side slopes would vary in height from about 3 feet to 27 feet. Each reservoir would have a spillway pipe that would allow the release of water in the case to prevent an overflow situation out of the reservoir. And each reservoir would have a drainage swales to collect and manage water from the reservoir slopes and the area adjacent to the reservoir sites. So as we discussed, the project requires the approval of a minor conditional use permit because the reservoirs are over 50,000 square feet in area. And a minor conditional use permit is a discretionary permit and is subject to CEQA review. So before getting into the environmental review of the project, I wanted to go over just a couple of things that are sort of the ground rules for how we evaluated the impacts of the project and the existing operations on the project property, primarily the vineyard that's there. Vineyards are an allowed use as described by the Land Use Development Code and exempt from the requirements of a planning permit. Exempt uses are not subject to environmental review requirements of CEQA. The vineyard is an existing operation. It began planting, the planting of the vineyard began in 2016. Water wells to serve the vineyard were installed in 2014 and 15. So all of that work was either finished or ongoing when the conditional use permit application for the reservoirs was submitted. So again, the vineyard and the irrigation water it uses are existing environmental conditions and are not part of the reservoir project. Next. As we discussed a few moments ago, there is a lot of history to this project. It was originally considered and approved by the zoning administrator. On appeal, your commission heard the project and directed that a focused EIR be prepared. The Board of Supervisors heard an appeal, came to the same conclusion. And then between October 2021 and March of this year, several versions of the EIR were prepared. Next. So to summarize the conclusions of the environmental review that was done by the EIR, the EIR evaluated 6 environmental issue areas: biology, flooding, groundwater use, cultural and tribal cultural resources, geology, and water quality. All of the significant impacts identified by the EIR can be reduced to a less than significant level with proposed mitigation measures. And most of the mitigation measures are generally standard types of requirements or require minor changes to the project plans. Impacts that were identified related to biological resources and from the use of groundwater would be reduced to a less than significant level by mitigation measures that were developed specifically for this project. Next. For the biological impacts, possible impacts to wildlife that could result from the use of rodenticides and other pesticides would be minimized by a requirement that pesticides not be used at the reservoirs. And impacts to a very small area of native grassland would be reduced with the implementation of a grassland avoidance and restoration plan. Next. So the analysis of how the project would use groundwater has been of great interest. And so I'd like to take a minute or two and go over how that analysis was conducted. The EIR evaluated the potential for the operation of the entire project to result in impacts related to groundwater use. And a significant impact would occur if the project's water use exceeded the threshold of significance that has been adopted by the county. And for the Cuyama Valley, that threshold of significance is the use of 31 acre-feet of water per year. The first step in the groundwater use analysis was determine how the reservoirs would use or consume water. And this step was important because just merely putting water into the reservoir does not result in any impacts. The water is just being stored above ground instead of below ground. However, when that water is in the reservoirs, some of it is going to evaporate from the surface of the reservoir, and then that water is lost, can't be used for an agricultural purpose. And so that water loss is considered to be an impact of the proposed project. The second step was to understand how the frost protection spray irrigation system would use water. And that step was necessary because the frost protection system is connected to the reservoirs. So it is part of the proposed project. The analysis of the spray system concluded that as the spray irrigation system is operating, in other words, the water leaves the spray emitter and travels to the grapevines, essentially no water is lost to irrigation, to evaporation. After the water hits the grapevine, the water freezes. It helps. That's the frost protection aspect of the project. Sun comes up, the temperature is warm, the water melts, drops to the ground. After it drops to the ground, a variety of things, three potential things could happen. One, the water could be absorbed by the grapevines, and that's irrigation of an existing vineyard and an allowed land use. So water that is taken up by the plants is not considered to be a water use impact of the project. Some of the water that drops to the ground will infiltrate, percolate deep into the ground, and eventually recharge groundwater. That's referred to as a return flow, and that is not a water use impact of the project. But then lastly, some of the water that falls to the ground will stay on or near the surface of the ground and eventually will evaporate. That is what was considered to be an impact of the proposed project. Next. So this table summarizes the results of the groundwater evaporation related impacts. The top row of the second row of the table is the evaporation from the surface of the reservoirs and it ranges from, 21 to 24 acre feet per year. The frost protection system operation losses, there's a considerable range. In a year that would have a very light frost protection, water use requirements is about 10 acre feet. And in a year with heavy frost protection requirements, almost 250 acre feet of water would be lost to evaporation. And all of that loss is after the water falls to the ground, stays on the surface, and evaporates. You combine those totals, it's over 31 acre feet per year. It's a significant environmental impact. So to reduce that impact to below the significance threshold, two mitigation measures have been proposed. One is to cover the reservoirs with a cover, which virtually eliminates evaporative losses from the water surface. And the second is to limit the amount of groundwater that can be used for frost protection to 103 acre feet per year. By only allowing 103 acre feet of water to be used per year, the amount of that subset, that fraction of the 103 acre feet that evaporates due to the operation of the frost protection system is less than 31 acre feet per year, which reduces the project's impacts to a less than significant level. Between the analysis in the EIR and in your staff report, there is the conclusions that the project is consistent with the applicable policies of the comprehensive plan, including policies related to providing public services, minimizing the effects of grading, protection of cultural resources, policies of the agricultural element, and policies of the conservation element related to groundwater resources. The project would also be consistent with the requirements of the county's land use and development code. So lastly, staff is recommending that your commission make the required findings for approval of the project, certify the final environmental impact report, and approve project case number 16 CUP 00005, subject to the conditions of approval included in attachment B of your staff report. That concludes staff's presentation, and I would be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. And who has a question? It looks like Mr. Freeney, is it your light red or is that Mr. Martinez? That's Mr. Martinez. Okay.
I'll take a shot.
But you'll take a shot anyway.
Sure. Just curious. Mr. Rodriguez, thank you for the presentation. Under environmental review on one of your slides, a couple of slides back, it says limit the amount of groundwater used for frost protection to 103 acre feet. Is that part of your recommended action? Or is that an option you're presenting that could be incorporated into your recommended?
Commissioner Farini, no, that is a mitigation measure in the EIR that has been incorporated into a condition of approval. So it's no longer an option. If the condition of approval were not to be implemented, then the project would have a significant unavoidable groundwater use impact, which would require making a statement of overriding considerations.
Okay. So the request here was to build these ponds, right? Then we've been down the path here. And the ponds are to store water, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then it appears that through the EIR process, they've established a nexus that determines that you now have jurisdiction on how agricultural water is used, even though it's just another form of water storage. Groundwater and using water wells is a form of storage and use of water, right? So if I don't agree with that part. I don't agree that there is a nexus. I think you're out of your jurisdiction at this point on how the water's used. State water law says agriculture may use water as long as it's reasonable and beneficial. I have not seen anything in any of this documentation that says that frost protection of a living crop is not reasonable and beneficial. I believe it is a waste of a resource at this point to put restrictions on how the grower uses the water. So I'm really having trouble accepting this nexus that once the water comes out of the reservoir, it remains in planning and development's jurisdiction. So give me about an hour of explanation. I would appreciate it.
Hopefully it'll be substantially less than that. So you have cited water law. Planning has conducted its analysis consistent with the requirements of CEQA. And perhaps the two don't mesh well, but the requirements of CEQA are quite clear. One of the requirements is you need to evaluate the impacts of the entire project. That's fundamental CEQA. The frost protection system is attached to the reservoirs, which require a discretionary permit. So let me deviate for just a second. The frost protection system exists today. It is operated using water pumped directly from existing wells. There is no discretionary involvement, no review of that. It wasn't a ministerial project. It was just it is just allowed by right. They can continue to operate that way as long as they want. But the moment you introduce this discretionary component, CEQA kicks in. CEQA requires that you evaluate the whole project, and that includes the operation of the spray irrigation system. We had a methodology for evaluating evaporation out of the reservoirs, and then applied that same methodology to the operation of the spray irrigation system. That wasn't an entire hour, but I hope it helped.
And Chair Freeney, and I mean, sorry.
Good
Chair
practice.
Give me for now. I'll yield to Chair Farini for 5 minutes. He's got an hour. And you have 43 minutes left on the discussion.
Chair Park, Commissioner Freeney. The other item is Council talked about it earlier. Part of the burden or the work that the planning department did was directed by the board as well. So when we went to the board of supervisors, the board gave us direction on what to review under CEQA. And it was determined, or the direction was not just the frost ponds, but the water used for frost protection. And since that's going into the irrigation system, what we looked at though was only the water used for frost protection. So we weren't looking at the full operation, but only as the water went into the reservoirs and then as it left for frost protection purposes. The board said that would be the frost protection system. So analyze the water usage for that. And that's what staff and the consultant did, and they brought that back to you for your review and consideration. So again, that wasn't an hour, but I just wanted to frame what we studied and are bringing back.
Thank you.
Did you have any further questions? Or right now, anyway?
There will be.
Okay, I figured. Okay, and I see.
Chair Parks,
yes.
if I may interrupt. I would ask for a 10-minute break. There's some procedural items that have come up during staff's presentation that we need to have a short conference on, and then we can come back. If that's
Okay, well, let's do that. Let's take a break right now for 10 minutes, and then we'll take another one around 11:10-ish or something. 11:15-ish. Okay, we are reconvened and we were still on questions of Mr. Rodriguez. And I was about to call on, I think Commissioner Bridley, was it? No, it was Commissioner Cooney. But then we took a break to discuss procedural issues. And I think that either Ms. Richardson or Mr. Wilson might have a little report on, has that break produced some knowledge to impart to our audience?
Chair Commissioners, thank you for that short break. We've conferred with staff and we're going to proceed as is right now.
Okay. Then Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Rodriguez, first of all, I really appreciate the way you laid out the issues today, differentiating as you went between CEQA issues and planning issues generally, because in reviewing the materials, I was questioning what our jurisdiction was, something similar to what Commissioner Farini raised. But I have this other question that has been with me since the first planning commission report was produced, and that is the threshold and the relationship of the threshold to the CEQA process. 31 acre feet per year is a significant amount of money in a desert or perhaps in the Cuyama Valley. And so the goal, it seems, was to get the water use down below this 31 acre feet per year. Why is that the standard, and how was it reached? And why do we conclude that if you don't do that, the project might fail? If you do it, the project might succeed.
Okay. I may want some clarification about project failing or succeeding, but let's start at the beginning of your question.
Right. And all I was using that for was shorthand for how we vote later in the process.
Okay. Commissioner Cooney, so the groundwater use threshold, what has been adopted by the Board of Supervisors, and there was a very detailed process for developing that threshold, all of the water use thresholds in the county. And I can't really speak today to the great details of that procedure or methodology, but in essence, what it did is we have a given groundwater basin. We can estimate how much water it could possibly hold or reasonably hold, however that science defines that process. And we have an estimate of how much overdraft is occurring in that basin. So if you know how much water the basin can hold, how much is coming out, what is the life of that basin before it runs dry? At that point, there's some math and some analysis that is done, and they come up, it's 31 acre feet per year. There is a process. I'm sorry, I can't explain it better than that, but fundamentally it's based on the capacity of the basin and the overdraft of the basin. By considering the overdraft of the basin, that is a summation of everybody's water use within the basin. And by considering the effects of everybody's water use, that threshold is applied on a project-specific basis. In other words, if you exceed it, that impact is significant on a project-specific level, and it's a significant impact on a cumulative basis, because that 31 acre feet per year is derived based on everybody's use within the basin. Then CEQA is applied if the water use. And I like to, for this project, like to think of it in terms of consumption. Meaning water that is lost, because this isn't like a residential project where you don't have this odd mix of agriculture allowed by right, existing conditions. And so the consumption of the project is this evaporation, water that is lost due to the operation of the project. The water that is used but not lost through evaporation is being applied to agriculture, irrigation. It is not our inclination or desire whatsoever to make irrigating a crop an impact. Does that help at all?
We're starting, and I won't go further. Let's see. I won't go further right now, but my question is why 31? Why not 30 or 25? You know, how come if we mitigate down to 31, we're satisfied that the impact will be less than significant? That's an important conclusion, and I just don't understand how we got there.
Commissioner Cooney, like I said, it's the fundamentals are based on the basin capacity and the overdraft and the life of the basin. Math is done and it comes up with 31. Other basins have similar thresholds of 26 acre feet or 18 acre feet.
Thanks. Yeah, we'll go on, and there will be, I'm sure, people commenting on this, but it's sort of a core concept that I'm having trouble with. So I'll hope to learn more as the hearing goes along.
Commissioner Cooney, Go ahead. Okay, I just want to just make a quick statement on that as well. So when the thresholds were originally established, that was back in like the 90s. There was significant analysis that was done on the basins to evaluate what was safe and a reasonable level to apply to projects to consider a significant impact. So since that time, there's been a significant amount of time. And in looking at the current status of the basin, by working with the GSA for the area, we can see a lot of data that's been collected for the basin. And it's clear that back in the 90s, when this threshold was put in place, the amount of water that was being reduced from the basin is consistent today as it was back at that time. So the same analysis and assumptions that were used back then to establish this criteria is still the same today. So that is what staff has used to determine that the threshold itself is still relevant, and that 31 acre feet per year is an appropriate threshold of significance.
Very interesting. Thank you.
I do have a question.
Well, you only have an hour for your questions.
Sorry. First of all, I really want to commend staff and Mr. Rodriguez for taking a very, very complicated topic and calculations and math and boiling it down. I'm following it. I initially had a question about your condition number 16. That kept on returning to, not exceeding more than 103.1 acre feet per year. But I understand that 31 is just the new evaporation delta, if you will, from what they were already allowed to do under the 103, right? Does that make sense? Do I have it right or do I have it wrong?
Commissioner Bradley, this is hard to wrap your head around. If there is a fraction, imagine a drop of water leaving the spray nozzle
Right, I mean,
leaving
you
this-
did a great job in the slide, the
Right.
stuff that comes off the plants and goes to the ground, that's still considered irrigation.
Right.
It's only the transpiration stuff that you're looking to stay within the threshold,
Evaporation.
evaporation, okay,
Um, So.
not dripping, evaporation,
Right.
okay.
So if through the operation of the spray irrigation system, if I do not spray more than 103 acre feet per year out of the nozzles, the amount of evaporation under the worst case condition will be less than 31
Okay,
acre feet.
got it. Okay,
Sometimes simpler is better than.
so I have a follow-up question, and it's on that condition, because that condition is really the pivotal one for this case, right? Have you conditioned other, or county staff, maybe it's Mr. Seward or Mr. Dargill, have you conditioned other irrigation projects similarly to this, or is this sort of a new one? And I'm hearkening to what Commissioner Farini
Chair
said
Park,
about,
Commissioner Riley, we're breaking ground here. I'm not aware of this happening on any other reservoir project.
we are breaking ground, okay.
I mean, cannabis. Yeah, I think, thank you, Joe. Cannabis is a crop that needs permits. And so we have been looking at water for cannabis projects, but just reservoir projects for, to serve like ag that doesn't need a permit. This
Mhm.
is new.
New. And so, because other farms that might need this kind of a system for frost protection, maybe they just haven't come up to the need for a CUP or a minor CUP because of the size of their reservoirs, or they're doing it directly from irrigation reservoirs already.
That'd be correct. The requirement for a discretionary permit here in this case is the reservoirs themselves.
Okay.
So that's the whole reason for CEQA. Whereas if they were connected directly to the well and just doing the frost irrigation that way, that would not require a permit or CEQA.
All right,
But
thank you.
to be clear to your answer, Commissioner Bradley, this challenge has not come up on other reservoir projects.
Okay,
Yeah, so I think we just haven't analyzed this.
okay. I don't have any other questions.
Chair
But
Park,
really applause to staff for getting this into a staff report that's only this big, even though it doesn't include the EIR. That's amazing. And it's very understandable. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Secretary Wilson?
Chair Park Commissioners, I might just echo what staff was saying, and just to respond to Commissioner Bradley. The nexus today is the discretionary action. And so I just want to draw the distinction is that without the reservoirs, they could be using the irrigation system for frost protection right now without any limitation or restrictions. So the nexus today that staff has brought to you that we're struggling with is this frost protection control system, is the reservoir and the spray used for frost protection. It's not to regulate agriculture industry or regulate the cultivation aspects, because that's not under the discretionary action today. It's just the frost protection.
And Commissioner Farini, did you want to follow up? Go ahead. Your
Yeah,
light's still
yeah.
lit up. Okay, you go for it. I have some questions as well, but you go for
Okay.
it.
Very enlightening. Thank you. So the way I understand this, the 31 acre feet per year number is calculated based on this specific basin. It's not a general broad brush applied throughout the county.
Commissioner Farini, that's correct.
Okay,
The major groundwater basins in the county each has their own threshold based on the characteristics that I described.
and then that number, the 31, so that's calculated. If those three reservoirs were three separate projects, each one of them would be 31. If that were three different APNs or three different owners. Vineyard A, B, and C, just like the ponds.
If they were truly separate projects, then yes, each one would have its own 31 acre threshold of significance.
And then in the calculation is acreage size of the grow. In this case, grow's kind of left over from cannabis, so that has crept in, but of the vineyard. Are the acreage of the crop being produced, is that part of the calculation?
No, no, it's not.
So it really is just kind of a one size fits all.
That is correct. And similarly, that threshold would apply to a 5-house residential unit project as well as a 500 unit residential project.
I'm trying not to bring residential into this, but good point. Good point.
So Chair, so I'm sorry, I'm jumping in way too much. The other way of looking at it is the other project that we had a year or so ago with that freezer project. So if you had an agriculture industry project that came in, this threshold would still be applied to that. So if they want to do a freezer in Cuyama, this same threshold would be applicable. What would be the water usage for that project? And they'd have to meet that 31 acre feet per year as well. So that's the standard that we're using, a threshold for discretionary projects, whether it's this frost protection system or if it's a agriculture industry type structure or building that uses water. That's how that threshold will be applied.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, I want to join in the chorus. It's complimented you on the preparation of the staff report because that's very tricky stuff. And to even make an attempt to put it together is something we should applaud. And you did a pretty good job on that. It doesn't mean I agree with every word or every conclusion, but I appreciate the structure and the try. So,
thank you.
But just as each commissioner brings something of their former life or their life to things like Commissioner Freeney is talking about agriculture, when I ever see a policy or something that's being interpreted, it reminds me of my job was for 45 years and arguing how we interpret policies and whatnot in the law. And so I want to direct your attention to page 19 of your staff report. And it addresses something that's a very central issue. Commissioner Briley referred to one of the conditions as a central issue. I think a central issue here that, at least from the correspondence I've seen, is going to be why not analyze wind machines as alternatives. And here you ably state your position here that under this ag policy, ag element policy 1B, that it really means you should not be looking at the wind machines. And I'm not going to argue that now. That's deliberations and all that. I just want to ask a question though about it. So we see a citation or literally a quotation in italics of the first sentence of Ag Policy 1B. And I thought, well, what's the rest of it say? Because some of the folks who will speak in public comment are going to address that. And then I notice on page 28, it's stated in full, I believe. And on page 28 in that lower left-hand corner, that's a literal quote of 1B, right? It's not a paraphrase. Okay. And it does have a second sentence that's not quoted on page 8 or 19. And it says, these rights and freedoms shall be conducted in a manner which is consistent with well-known sound agricultural practices and applicable resource protection policies and regulations. Now, was there a reason you didn't analyze, at least for us in writing, the application of that second sentence and that statement about it being consistent with applicable resource protection policies and regulations?
Chairman Park.
And one reason I'm addressing this now is because of the format of this hearing. We won't have appellants giving long presentations, so I kind of have to discuss some of these points ahead of time.
Fair enough. The entirety of the policy that you're citing was evaluated in the table that you referred to.
Yeah.
And that analysis of that policy specifically says that with the implementation of the mitigation measure to reduce the project's water use impact to below 31 acre feet. The project is consistent with the protection policy requirement, the second sentence of the policy.
Well, that's true. I mean, I see your argument. And, but you know, I heard Secretary Wilson right now talking about thresholds and whatnot, and how if this project was not a frost pond project, and you're just looking at cultivation and all that, it wouldn't be a matter for environmental review and regulation. It wouldn't be discretionary. And he referred to, you know, methods of cultivation and all that. And that's what's referred to in that first sentence. But the second sentence goes beyond that, talks about applicable policies. But you've made a determination in the staff report, at least in the recommendation to us, because it's not your decision, it's ours, that well, we don't need to look at wind machines. And that's saying we don't look at them as alternatives. And so I'm wondering, well, okay, there seems to be a disconnect here. Why aren't we talking about that second sentence?
Well,
and we'll talk about it later. I just want the people who will be making public comment, because that'll be their only shot, to have the benefit of what your argument is here.
So the second sentence is considered in the policy analysis chapter of the EIR. I think the decision or the thought process that went into what alternatives are evaluated considered multiple factors. And perhaps the most important one is CEQA requires that you only evaluate feasible alternatives. When we started preparation of the EIR, we had discussions with the project applicant. We went out on a field visit. There were some portable windmills out on the project site. Say, that's interesting. Why don't you use those? Well, we've tried them. They don't work well. And then explained that the inversion layer that happened, the layer of warmer air at the site is too high. They can't get adequate mixing. And that is indicated in the EIR, why that particular alternative was rejected and not evaluated further. There is also information in the EIR about its temperature measurements from ground level up to 35 feet. Generally, there is only a degree or two difference between the temperature ground level and at 35 feet. That's not enough of a difference to get a warming effect by mixing the air. So all of these were factors that were considered when evaluating alternatives to evaluate.
I guess I'm still missing something, because I would think if it's a factual matter, if wind machines work or not, that's what, and people are going to argue about that. And that is something you would analyze as an alternative. It works or it doesn't work as well, but here it's not. You answered Commissioner Freeney's question, I think, very well, talking about how local regulation fits in with state law and so forth. And, you know, clearly state law is preeminent. And I think Commissioner Freeney was pointing that out on water law. In the position you're taking, are you arguing somehow that Ag Element 1B supersedes the CEQA requirements to analyze all relevant alternatives?
Chairman Park, no, it's just a piece of the policy is just a piece of the puzzle, an item that is part of the consideration.
Right.
They're based on information supplied by the applicant. The wind machines were not effective at that site. And that component, that aspect of the Ag Element policy would indicate that it's not the county's role or position to dictate the method of frost protection that must be used at the site.
But that wouldn't supersede any requirement under CEQA that one analyze wind machines as an alternative, if that is in fact.
If there had been evidence that wind machines were effective, then under the requirements of CEQA, we would have evaluated it.
But it seems kind of circular, the analysis,
Chair-
we're talking about, are they effective or not?
Chair Park, if I could jump into, so we did get comments on this, quite a few comments on the EIR.
Right.
We did work with the applicant and asked them to address the use of wind turbines, and I know that they're going to speak toward that. And the applicant does get to choose their project description that we analyze, and their argument to us is it does not work for them. It does not work operationally. So we took that and the data they provided and allowed them to choose their project description, and we incorporated the information we could based on that. But you certainly, as the commission, have the opportunity to ask them for more information on this.
Right, and I get that, and I think there's a lot of secret law about it, stating your objectives.
Right.
And, and it is the objective here, frost protection, or is the objective as stated, I think, frost protection using frost ponds and water and so forth, which I think some of the opponents will have some cynical attitudes about that, but and the law is going to look at a reasonability thing. I mean, I don't think you could say your objective is we'll have frost ponds that are serviced by maintenance workers who are driving 1964 Ford Galaxy 500s. At some point, your generality. Let me turn to a different question entirely, okay? Because I think we've kind of set the stage for further discussion what we've just been talking about. I can't remember if you were here presenting when we did this a few years ago. Were you?
Yes.
Maybe you remember what I said is, I had the privilege of riding across Russell Ranch probably 25 to 50 times on horseback through there. And that's why I made such a big noise about the MND being inadequate and needing environmental review. And so I'm pleased that the environmental impact report came back and it did in fact see grassland and so on and so forth. Do your slides show that grassland? It would be, I think, Reservoir 3. They don't show that. Okay.
When the photos were taken, we didn't know it was there.
Yeah. Well, now we do. So, oh, I'm sorry. This reminds me, I should have also disclosed that I spoke yesterday with my good friend Jim Mitchell, who owns the Phoenix Ranch that's right next door. It was not about the pros and cons of this project. I think he's not taking a position. It was just kind of sharing knowledge we had about the landscape and so forth, because I've watered it every spring along the way, and they're all to the south of where these reservoirs are. They're kind of a perch water table. It's interesting terrain. Normally, when I'm looking at a file that's set up for our planning commission website, I'm going to see all sorts of exhibits and things. Here, what I saw was a staff report, and I think within the staff report we had the conditions of approval and the findings, but I don't recall seeing separate plans and so on and so forth. And so I was looking for, well, where is this native grassland, and how's it going to be protected, and how's it going to be restored and so forth. And now I kind of see that it's not a matter of protecting it, it's a matter of restoring it. And then I looked for the restoration plan and I didn't see one. What I saw was a condition of approval that says at some point the applicants will present a restoration plan, and I don't even know who's going to review it. It won't come to me to see, which is a little disappointing because I'm the one who raised it in the first place, but it'll come to some staff person and they'll wave their hand and it'll be approved, I guess. Am I understanding the process correctly? We don't have a restoration plan in front of us right now.
Chairman Park, that is correct. the mitigation measure, condition of approval, lays out specific requirements, what that restoration plan must include. Criteria for success. What happens if the restoration activities are not successful?
Right.
So those are adequate mitigate. That's an adequate mitigation measure under CEQA.
Well, let me ask about that, because I brought this up on other projects, and to the great annoyance of staff, I will confess. I read the CEQA guidelines to always prefer avoidance. And yet I don't see any discussion of avoidance here. I see, avoidance would mean don't do the project, put the frost pond somewhere else, do whatever. But what I see here is, well, it's going to go, and here's how we restored it, 3-to-1 ratios, and we hope it actually works. Because, let's face it, God does a better job of planting native plants than humans do. And that's just the deal. So, is there any discussion I've missed somewhere about avoidance and how this project could avoid these grasslands?
The analysis of alternatives in the EIR, in fact, the environmentally superior alternative was to eliminate one of the reservoirs.
I saw that, and it was that very one. It was Reservoir 3, which is where that grassland is.
That was identified as the environmentally superior alternative. Is it necessary to implement that alternative? Then becomes the question. The EIR concluded that, well, there are mitigation measures that reduce the impacts to that grassland specifically, and all the other impacts of the project to a less than significant level. Therefore, it's not necessary to implement that alternative to reduce the project's impacts.
Yeah, no, I think I'm reading it right now, but I still have a concern that a restoration plan that I can't see and never will see, and no one else here is ever going to see except for the people who prepare it and staff, is adequate mitigation of the loss of biological resources. But that's something we'll all discuss. Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. This is the longest set of questions we've ever seen. And we're going to make it even longer. Mr. Stevens.
Sorry, I'll be short. Chair Parkin, I think it might be a little confusing because sometimes they're shown as separate links. The site plan pages look to be on the end of the staff report. If you wanted, I just found them because I was looking as well. And then I think too, the superior alternative and the no project alternatives have to also coincide with the objectives of the project applicant. And again, I encourage them to speak toward this. We asked them about the superior alternative, just the 2 reservoirs. They had an explanation as to why they said that does not meet their project goals, that they're not able to address all of their vineyards on the property. And so we had to weigh that information, and that's what you saw in this.
Right. So they've chosen the alternative that they're going to stick with, and that's the project description. I got it.
I perhaps just one last thing on this. And Tamara Klug is available on Zoom today. She could talk to the restoration requirements for the project. But just sort of as an aside, as I was preparing the staff report, I was going back and looking at very old pictures of this project. And at that time, all of the reservoir sites were bare dirt. They had been disked, leveled, smooth. There was not a weed growing on those sites. A couple of years later, they look like we saw in the pictures in the presentation. Mostly non-native grassland, but even after that extensive disturbance, that native grassland came back as well. So that is want to say evidence, but an indication that restoration of the grassland is certainly a feasible expectation.
You know, I don't want to extend this, but deliberately planting native plants and hoping they sustain as a community is very different than what I'm calling God or nature reassuming its role in planting them there. And they're remarkably resilient, but we are, pride goeth before the fall. We are arrogant to think we can recreate that ourselves. We should try in the right circumstances. And I think it's well discussed in our policies. And let's move on. There's no further questions of Mr. Rodriguez. Thank you very much for your patience. And now we should turn to our applicants. And who's gonna come up to the bat, come up to the plate? Hey, Mr.
Thank you.
Tetley, I know we haven't discussed this, but I'm assuming 15 minutes works fine.
Yeah, should be fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I'm Brian Tetley with Rural Planning Services, Land Use Agent for the North Fork Ranch. I'm here also with my colleague David Swank, Rural Planning Services, the operator of North Fork Ranch Vineyards, Ray Shady, and Mr. Steve Harum, the applicant's attorney. So we're here as long as you need us for questions and clarifications.
Do you all intend to speak?
No, I think I'll bring Mr. Shady on for a couple of minutes to discuss the issues about the alternative frost protection measures.
Okay, so fit it in
'Cause that was from-
your
yes.
time period, but you guys decide how you want to do it. And then there will also be, we'll have 5 minutes for rebuttal. Let's do that.
Okay. Thank you.
But if you also decide, hey, I only want to go 10 minutes, have more for rebuttal after I hear from all the public comment, you decide that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, could I just, a real quick clarification? Did you say rural planning services or urban planning concepts?
Rural Planning Services is a subsidiary of Urban Planning Concepts
Okay,
for
thank you.
ag and rural projects.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, I kept thinking I was hearing urban and I'm just
Yeah.
mishearing. Thank you.
I have two sets of cards, so
That's a
depending.
good idea.
First, I want to thank staff for the great presentation, especially for Mr. Rodriguez for his, years in the trenches working for this project. Appreciate that. I'll be as brief as I can. Next slide, please. So staff did a great job in describing the project. One thing you may be asking, I forget it was in the report, but why 49 acre feet for the 3 reservoirs? And that's because the threshold of 50 acre feet or greater triggers requirements from the state Division of Dam Safety to treat it like an actual dam, like a Bradbury Dam or something, with a lot of additional costs and bureaucracy to go through. So that's why they've been sized and spread out through the vineyards how they are. Frost ponds. Now we talk about alternatives. This is by far the most commonly used frost protection method for decades in local and statewide for vineyards because it's most effective in providing that blanket to the young buds against frost protection, especially for vineyards of this size. I mean, the scale is larger than most vineyards that we see locally. And so it really drives what was chosen as the method for adequate frost protection. Of course, the frost protection system only is utilized during February to April timeframe, depending on the weather that year. They can go to the next slide, please. Again, an aerial view showing the 3 reservoirs. You get a little bit of context with the established vineyards. Highway 166 cutting across there. And again, the scale. We talk about impacts, native grasslands. This is approximately 7,000 acre ranch with about 840 acres of vineyards that have been installed, I think, since 2016. So when we talk about native grasslands, there's probably, I don't know this for a fact, there's probably hundreds of acres of native grasslands on this property. And then we're focusing in on what the proposed project truly is. I just wanted to add something to Mr. Rodriguez's presentation about agriculture and what is exempt from the Land Use Development Code planning permits. not just the installation of the vineyards or other crops, but wells and the irrigation systems for irrigating those crops are also exempt from the Land Use and Development Code, which is the reason why those activities are not considered part of a project under CEQA. Next slide, please. A typo in there, it's really 840 acres on that first bullet. Again, all that installed and the irrigation installed exempt under the Land Use and Development Code. We're here and we've gone through this long process because of the minor conditional use permit requirement for reservoirs, water impoundments over 50,000 square feet of disturbed area. And I think really one of the things we wanted to emphasize, and there's been discussion about it, is from a policy perspective, this is an ag operation in ag zoned land. The agricultural element, which is, it's not a required element under state law. This county, really driven by Supervisor Chamberlain in the 80s, was to really put forward this ag element to emphasize how important agriculture is as an economic driver and culturally to Santa Barbara County. States is critical to protect and maintain a healthy economy, supports agricultural expansion and intensification, and precludes interference in the methods of agricultural production. As you noted, Mr. Chair, a portion of that policy. And the second sentence, as we discussed, that talks about, with good practices and within constraints. I think that really points to a catch-all in that the ag element is assuming, in most cases, agriculture is not subject to CEQA. You're not talking about discretionary projects in most cases. It's, for vineyards, when you have larger reservoirs, yes, you need that component to be considered. But I think that was part of the give and take at the Board of Supervisors at the time that, okay, yes, we're going to not interfere with the methods of agricultural production as long as it's reasonable and considerate of the resources and what the context is. It wasn't meant to apply any kind of CEQA threshold or anything like that, which is some of the interesting things we get into policy versus what the CEQA law requires. Next slide, please. In regards to the environmental review, again, the irrigation and the vineyards themselves exempt from permits and not a project under CEQA. We've seen some written comments, and I'm sure we'll hear later about the requirements in CEQA to consider a whole of a project and the attempt to maintain that anything you do in a property is considered part of a project under CEQA. We agree with your experts, the staff, county council, the EIR preparer, that that's not the case. And, we'll see what those comments are in the later on in the hearing. But things that are exempt from permit are not considered part of a project under CEQA. We talked about the evaporation component. Again, the component of water use only associated with the discretion of the reservoirs is appropriately what was analyzed under the CEQA document. We're not considering the irrigation water, which is again exempt. And if we were to do that, every farm, every vineyard would be subject to CEQA. I don't think that's what we want to be doing here in the county. We talked about the mitigation measures, the frost pond covers and water use limitations. We agree that those are adequate to keep us under the thresholds that have been adopted by the Board of Supervisors. And just a little bit about thresholds, because that question came up. Your predecessors in the 80s and before, project like this came before you without adopted thresholds. It was a case-by-case basis, right? How much water is this project using? Is that too much? Is that not enough? And the thresholds, as we've heard, and we can add to that, are still considered relevant, even though they're from the early 90s, because the the Cuyama aquifer, the existing hydrologic information gives a similar setting as Mr. Dargle suggested to what was analyzed in the early 90s. And it's all tailored to the aquifer itself. Given the volume of the aquifer and the types of land uses that are occurring. Like, for example, we have a 31 acre foot per year threshold on the Cuyama aquifer, whereas Montecito has a very small aquifer and that threshold is 4 acre feet. So it responds to what's available for storage and what the uses are. So I think it's an appropriate thing to use, and it really helps the decision makers have something concrete that's been analyzed. And I think your council would state that it doesn't handcuff you to only consider the thresholds, but it's a tool that's very helpful for your body to consider the impacts. We talked a little bit about the grasses and the biology. I think they've been adequately covered. Certainly anybody who's interested, commissioners, public, can see all those documents. Those are public documents when the restoration plans come forward and are approved as part of the ministerial follow-on projects. A couple reasons why we don't do those restoration plans up front before entitlement is that it's costly, and you typically don't do those very detailed studies until we have an entitlement to work off of. Then we're in the ministerial permit process to make sure we apply and meet all the conditions of approval. That's also why the county has an approved consultants list where only bona fide good biologists prepare these plans, and they're peer reviewed by the county planning staff. So it's not just a submit it and we'll approve it. It's a long process. We know, in me working as part of the planning development staff and working on the private side, these are difficult and long and expensive processes. And I think it's very thorough. Next slide, please. A little bit about the alternatives, and after I finish, I'll ask Mr. Shady, the operator, to talk about the issue of why frost ponds is the ideal and why the other alternatives do not function on this project site particularly. The project alternative to reduce the amount of water would not meet the project objectives. This reservoir system was designed for the vineyards as installed, and for cost reasons and other hydrologic reasons would not satisfy those frost protection needs of the vineyards. There's already lost vineyards due to frost protection, partly because we have not been able to install them as originally proposed. Next slide, please. So just in summary, the project is consistent with the general plan as the staff has recommended approval, meets all required policies, regulations, development standards, fully compliant with CEQA guidelines. No class 1 impacts, full mitigation, which is what you want to see on an EIR. So that's it. Like I said, the whole team is here to answer your questions as long as you need us. And I'll invite Mr. Shady to come up now to address the issue of the alternatives for wind protection or frost protection.
Thanks, Brian. And Mr. Shady, you have a little under 4 minutes unless you want to go into your rebuttal time. That makes sense.
I'll save that. Thank you.
Yeah, so 5 minutes for rebuttal, and if you want to go into it, then use it up, but you decide.
Perfect. Thank you for the heads up, Chair Park and commissioners. Thank you. Like Brian said, I'm here at your disposal if there are any additional questions as we go through this. Your question, Chair Park, about wind machines is the right one. Thinking about how a vineyard will be successful for the long term, how it would be designed from the outset is something that we went through when initially buying the property. First, I'd like to say that the Cuyama Valley is an amazing place for growing wine grapes. This is something that the rest of the county should pay attention to for producing not just quality fruit, but stellar wines that would help with Santa Barbara, but also the economy out in Cuyama. We farm thousands of acres up and down the West Coast. We have vineyards that have wind machines that protect against frost successfully. We have vineyards that don't work with wind machines. The success of your frost protection method is a combination of the threat and the exposure. When thinking about the topography and the plantings out at the North Fork Vineyard, we initially laid out sensors across the property, including on other parts of the ranch where we didn't end up planting. Those sensors were temperature monitoring, what sort of difference there was between 5 feet above ground surface and 35 feet. So you would see these tall whip antennas with temperature probes. Those sensors told us that during the frost season, and most importantly, during the window when we experience bud break on these varieties, so when the plants are most at risk, that the types of frost events that we get are only giving you a few degrees difference, which means that if you're putting in wind machines, the mixing of that warmer air above and the cold air down at the vine level is only going to give you a few degrees of protection. So if it's 25 degrees, you might get it up to 27. That's an important consideration and part of the reason why the vineyard was originally built or designed and built for water as protection. So a bunch of the comment letters have remarked on the fact that we have wind machines out there, that there are green vines, and there's a number of things that you just don't get from looking at the fence line that tell a different story. So we do rent wind machines. We place them in parts of the vineyard where we have a fighting chance at certain times of the year for protection. It doesn't work throughout the season. And we do experience not just death of emerging buds, but also vine death. That may not be visibly present or for anybody looking from the fence line, because the vines recover if you're just killing off buds or early green growth, that they'll have a secondary growth. Secondary growth generally has a lower flower count. You'll have a lower yield, but the vine survives. In some parts of the vineyard, we've gone through extensive replanting. Looking at aerial images after each season, you can actually see where those wind machines are, and you have an epicenter of warmth around the internal combustion engines, and then dead vines further out. So I'm going to not cut into my rebuttal time, but thank you.
All right. And yeah, thank you. Does anybody else want to speak from appellants for now? Okay, then we'll hold off till rebuttal time.
Thank you.
And let's see. So our next thing would be public comment. Go ahead.
I think, did we get a letter last night that was longer than a page? Maybe Mr. Villalobos, do we need to act on that before the start of public comment?
So I have actually a few things before we start.
Yeah, let's deal with that now. That's a good
Okay,
idea,
so
because I'll forget otherwise.
for that one, actually, we have two. So the one that Commissioner Bradley is referring to, I believe, is dated March 27th, received last night from Daniel Pagankoff. And then the second one was the letter that I put on the dais this morning, which came in overnight from Casey Walsh.
And we have a policy in our 2006 policy manual that refers to how we vote on these. And I think it takes a vote of 4. Is that altered if we only have 4 available? Is that
Chair
is that
Parking
flexible
Commission.
or not, or what?
In today's circumstance, it would need to be unanimous with all 4 commissioners.
Okay. Well, I'm personally not inclined to accept these, but I'm always listening with an open mind. And so if one or the other commissioners wants to champion the cause of accepting these letters, even though they are late, then please speak up. Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with your tentative conclusion in this case, because I believe that the points made can be presented to us during their public comment. The principle that the commission cares about is getting the material, the written material, in sufficient time to look at it. And in both these cases, I've not yet had a chance to look at the material. I'm going to keep it. Maybe it'll be relevant in the future, but for now, I would not support an exception to our policy.
Okay. Anyone else have anything to say about these letters? Then I think we'll leave the matter where it lies, and that is they're excluded unless there was a motion to include them, and there isn't going to be one. So what do we have by way of public comment? I have 5 speaker slips. What do you have there on the computer screen, Mr. Villalobos?
I currently have 23 people on Zoom.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. Then what we're going to do is take the 5 people that are here. We're going to do it right now, and then we'll take a break, because I promised a break, but our last break became longer than expected. So we'll take the interval between breaks a little longer, and we'll kind of see how things look after these 5 go.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just to complicate things a little bit more here.
Why not?
I did receive a request for a group of 5 people to go together. What complicates it is some of them are attending via Zoom and some of them are in the room. And so you have speaker slips for a couple of them. And so that would be Anna Citron, Mark Chatillo, Roberta Jaffe, Catherine Anderson, and Steve Gleisman. So I guess what I'm asking is you would be willing to indulge that.
You know, there's my willingness and there's my ability. Okay, so of the 5 I have here, I have John Jones and Robert Ryan, who are not in that group. And then in that group, I have Catherine Anderson, Roberta Jaffe, and Steve Gleisman. Am I right so far?
Yes.
Help me out here. Okay, we're going to start with the 3 of you, Catherine Anderson, Roberta Jaffe, and Steve Gleisman. And then I'll decide what to do on the Zooms after that.
So that they did want to go in a particular order with the people, and the 2 people in Zoom, Anna Citron and Mark Chatillo. So or just to be clear, are you indicating that you're not willing to do that?
I'm going to start with the people that are here. And I think it'll all kind of melt together. My father used to say, "What do you want, egg in your beer?" And so we're gonna do it this way.
Okay, I'll let you call on the people then.
Okay. But as between Catherine Anderson, Roberta Jaffe, and Steve Gleisman, who wants to go first? Then pony up. And then who's second? That would be Catherine. Okay.
I have some slides. Good. I think it's still good morning. Good morning.
Yes.
I have some slides that I have a PowerPoint.
There were 2 folders. Yeah. In that, the file number being the same, so. Is this it?
I think we both start. Yeah, that's it. I believe.
By the way, for those who are listening, if you want to deviate in general, and I'm not picking on you folks or even anybody in this hearing, but just whoever might be listening, because there might be somebody who just has nothing better to do than watch cable TV in the mornings and watch these. If you want to do something different and out of the usual, call me up ahead of time so I can process it and figure out a way to do it instead of having to do it like on the fly.
Thank you, Commissioner Park.
All right.
Okay, well, again, commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about the permit application to install 3 huge reservoirs covering over 15 acres in the Cuyama Valley. This permit was submitted by Brodea Inc., a wholly owned subsidiary of Harvard Management Corporation, the corporation that manages Harvard University's endowment fund. And it's for their 850-acre investment vineyard, North Fork Vineyard. My name is Roberta Jaffe. My husband and I have a family vineyard 2 miles to the south of the applicant. I know and understand the impact of a late spring frost on grapevines, and the Cuyama Valley, as the EIR states, is subject to late spring frosts. We had a severe one a year ago on April 12th, 2022. Where the early morning temperatures dropped below 30 degrees. Early that morning, we watched many of the leaves and fruit buds in our own family vineyard curl up and turn black. We then went to see how our neighbor, North Fork Vineyard, was dealing with the freeze. I would like to show you these photos, which compare their use of both wind turbines and overhead sprinklers. Next slide, please. Norfolk was using 3 different treatments. This photo is taken from a neighboring dry rangeland, which actually all of this land used to be. And what you can see is in the foreground, you can see the wind turbine sections using wind turbines. Then sort of in the middle section, there sections using sprinklers, which are drawing water directly from their wells. There were also some sections that had no treatment at all. Next slide, please. Okay, this is a section using wind turbines to prevent frost damage. And on the left, you see the wind turbine going on the morning of April 12th. And then we went back 3 days later, and on the right, you see the results 3 days after the freeze. And as you can see, there is still a lot of green foliage in that section. It seemed to survive quite well. Next slide, please. This is another section which on April 12th was using the overhead sprinklers. The photo on the right was taken just 3 days later, and these vines did suffer quite a bit of dieback, even though sprayed with water, similar to the treatment the reservoirs would provide. Next slide, please. Which hasn't really come up yet. This is a hydrograph of the monitoring well that's in North Fork Vineyard. As you all know, Cuyama Valley is the only critically overdrafted basin in Santa Barbara County. And there is a monitoring network in place that consistently measures what's happening with the ground level. And as you can see here, the ground level, since they started pumping in 2015-16, the ground level has gone down from starting at surface level to now being down more than 100 feet. And that's just on the irrigation from the vineyard. And while it's true that irrigating vineyard and agriculture in general doesn't count, it counts very much in a critically overdrafted basin that is under state requirements of SGMA. Next slide, please. So in summary, North Fork Vineyard currently has the capacity to use some overhead sprinklers in very frost-sensitive areas in combination with wind turbines where they show evidence of protecting the vines. The reservoirs will further exacerbate a declining groundwater level in this area. The EIR mitigates the amount of water that can be used from the reservoirs, which you saw at 103 acre feet. to such an extent.
Ms. Jaffe, you about to wind up because I've
Okay,
let you go
this
a
is fine.
minute beyond overtime and I don't really want to
Okay.
give you
I'm done.
anything more other than please do something.
Okay, so all I want to say is that the mitigation will not allow the reservoirs to function to the degree they need to prevent from frost in normal or severe frost years. I ask you to deny this project and I thank you for your time.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Ms. Anderson, and so you've kind of seen how long it takes to do things. So try and keep it in 3 minutes.
Got it.
Try real hard.
Do we have a slide, Joe? Okay. Okay. Chair Park and Commissioners, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. First slide, please. Slide. Oh, next one. Okay, great. North Fork Vineyard EIR's water budget technical memorandum based its calculations of water use and evaporative loss on the number of air temperature hours below 32 degrees from March 1st to April, not February to April, as Mr. Tetley had put up there on his. Here, this is noted as the dotted line and the time interval marked in red, the air temperature below 32. This approach does not reflect how agricultural sprinklers are used in the field for frost protection and underestimates the quantities of water applied. The dew point or wet bulb temperature shown here in blue is a measure of how dry the air is and how agricultural experts recommend it as an indicator of when to activate sprinkling water ahead of a frost threat. When the air is dry and the dew point is low, temperatures can drop rapidly and can exacerbate frost conditions similar to the way wind chill can factor in to how cold it feels. Under these conditions, frost sprinklers are turned on well ahead of 32 degrees and turned off after the sun has risen and the ice is melting freely, indicated by the black arrows as the typical start and stop times of the sprinklers. Using air temperature alone has led to a significant underestimation of the number of hours the sprinklers would be running. This table shows the water budget estimated 32 hours for an average frost year, and but they would have actually been turned on for 83 hours for an average frost year, given this wet bulb analysis. 228 hours for heavy. The proposed final EIR, next slide, if you would, please. Thank you. The proposed final EIR calls for a limit of 103.1 acre feet per year to be used for sprinkler frost protection. Because of the enormous amounts of water that must be applied, this would limit the number of acres that could adequately be protected from frost, as 38% of the light year, 17% of an average, and only 0.6% of a heavy frost year, translating to 290 acres, 105 acres, and 46 acres protected. That's will not achieve the project's objective of protecting 675 acres of vines. Next slide, please. Wind machines are an environmentally superior alternative to frost sprinklers and were not adequately analyzed in the EIR. Spring frosts in Cuyama tend to be the conditions where a frost fan can mix warmer upper inversion air from as high as 164 feet, not 35. Wind machines work best on gentle slopes with an area lower than the crop to allow colder air to drain off. These conditions describe the North Fork Vineyard, as can be seen in the photo. Further, frost fans are already in use in other Cuyama vineyards, and as seen in Ms. Jaffe's photos, are a reliable alternative to frost sprinklers. In conclusion, it is clear that the project will not have enough water to achieve the project's objectives, and wind machines are an appropriate, effective, environmentally superior alternative for this region. Thank you.
Well timed, Ms. Anderson. Thank you. Okay. And Mr. Gleesman, are you ready?
Thank you, commissioners and staff, for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the Cuyama Valley. I'm Steve Gleesman, a 30-year resident farmer in Cottonwood Canyon, just to the south of the North Fork Vineyards, where we use water-conserving, dry farm practices to produce grapes and olives on our small family farm. In 2012, we were surprised when survey stakes marking possible well sites appeared on the dry grazing lands of our northern neighbor, North Fork Cattle Ranch. We learned that about 10,000 acres have been purchased by a wholly owned subsidiary of the Harvard University's Endowment Fund, the HMC that Robbie mentioned, under the name of Brodea Inc. We also learned that the HMC had a reputation for land and water grabs, raising our concern that this was going to happen in the Cuyama. In 2014, Sigma was passed, and the Cuyama Valley was named as one of the state's 21 most critically overdrafted groundwater basins, and the process began as setting up our GSA and the development of our GSP, our plan to bring sustainability, completed in January 2020. For the past 6 years, we've been active stakeholders in the GSP process, which was recently approved with some recommendations by DWR. But then things changed dramatically, and the two large agricultural corporations that caused most of the overdraft in the valley sued every landowner in the valley through a process known as adjudication. This is the big picture, and the reservoirs are part of it. It is important for our deliberations today that Rodea has filed to have the western region of the basin west of Russell Fall removed from the Sigma regulated areas. We are fighting this change, especially the added impact of filling and refilling the reservoirs with groundwater. Those of us to the south of the vineyard and landowners downstream in the Cuyama River could be severely impacted by the groundwater levels if they continue to fall downward as the trends show. The endangered groundwater dependent cottonwoods, willows, and associated wildlife would disappear. The building of Reservoir 3 would eliminate an important native grassland ecosystem, and mitigation, as proved in research that I presented earlier in comments, rarely is successful. By rejecting the project, all of these ecosystems would be protected. Alternative frost protection systems, coupled with the capacity of the current pumping and irrigation system, can be developed and eliminating any need for reservoirs. And besides, we only need a few degrees difference in most frost years to prevent damage to the grapes. And as you'll hear from Mark and Anna here soon, the county and CEQA policy clearly show that this outdated 31 acre foot threshold is consistently being exceeded. We ask that the project be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gleesman. Now let's go to either Mr. Chatillo or Ms. Citron, whoever wants to go first.
Next speaker will be Anna Citron.
Great. Can you hear me, commissioners?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Great. Good morning, or actually good afternoon. I'm in Colorado. But good morning to you, Chair Park and Planning Commissioners. Anna Citron with the Law Office of Mark Chatillo, representing Roberta Jaffe and Steve Gleesman. One key finding your commission is required to make is that the project's significant environmental impacts are mitigated below significant levels. This finding must be based on your independent review of the EIR and public comments and must be supported by substantial evidence in the record. You heard and you will hear more testimony regarding the critical overdraft in the Cuyama Valley groundwater basin and recent downward trends in North Fork Ranch well levels. Accordingly, the EIR's analysis of impacts to groundwater are especially important. Where a project would use more than 31 acre feet of groundwater per year, pursuant to the county's adopted CEQA threshold, the project results in a significant impact. Here, the EIR and Cardno's technical analysis determined that just the evaporative losses will exceed the 31 acre foot threshold in every frost scenario evaluated. And you heard from Ms. Anderson that it actually underestimated the amount of water needed and thus the amount of evaporation that could be expected. The EIR relies on a future preparation of an evaporative loss reduction plan as mitigation to keep these losses below the 31 acre foot threshold. But you'll hear from Mark Chatillo shortly, this mitigation is inadequate in numerous respects. And as you've heard from Ms. Jaffe and Ms. Anderson, it actually precludes effective frost protection of the vineyard. Condition water 1 specifies also that the project can use up to 103 acre feet of groundwater per year for frost protection, which itself is over the 31 acre foot threshold by over threefold. This alone constitutes a significant unmitigated impact. And the EIR's approach to measuring only evaporative losses is at odds with CEQA's requirement that an EIR evaluate impacts from the whole of the project, which is defined as the whole of an action, which has a potential for resulting in either a direct physical change in the environment or reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change. Whether or not the county has independent jurisdiction over groundwater used for agriculture is immaterial to the EIR's analysis. The EIR has to analyze the project's water use and compare it to the baseline. Water used to irrigate the vineyards that is happening now, that's part of the baseline. And contrary to the applicant's assertions, we are not arguing that the EIR must analyze anything you do on the property, merely the impacts of this Frost Ponds project. The comparison beyond just evaporative uses and actually looking to water use and what will be drawn from the groundwater basin is crucial to determining the project's effects on resources, including groundwater dependent ecosystems that Mr. Gleesman just mentioned, which when the water table is lowered, effects on biological resources can result, including deep-rooted native vegetation. And here in the Northwestern region, we have some of the only remaining groundwater dependent ecosystems in Cuyama Valley.
Ms. Citron, I'm going to have to ask you to figuratively turn the microphone over to Mr. Chatillo, because
I was just wrapping up.
Do it in 5 seconds.
Okay.
One.
The water analysis is inadequate under CEQA, and you do not have the basis to make the required finding of approval that the project's significant impacts to groundwater are reduced below significant levels. Thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. Chatillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mark Chatillo, following up from Anna Citron. Your commission asked about and discussed thresholds, and I just want to refer to the 1992 Brian Baca designed CEQA thresholds, which calculated the amount of water that could be extracted annually without causing damage. The reason the number is as high as it is at 31 acre feet is that the Cuyama groundwater basin has huge storage, 1.5 million acre feet, but it's only recharging 10,667 acre feet per year. So it's a very minor amount of recharge and massive overdraft. The methodology is explained that those numbers are tied to a 3% annual, the loss of 3% of the remaining life of the basin. So extrapolated out in 33 years, the basin will be exhausted. This is significant because of the ag element policies that you referenced. Goal 1, which you didn't reference, of the ag element is to continue agriculture and, quote, when conditions allow, comma, taking into account environmental impacts, expansion and intensification will be supported. Now that's translated into policy 1B, and this is where your commission gets its jurisdiction and gets its discretion. In policy 1B, not only are our rights and freedoms of crop choice supposed to be consistent with applicable resource protection policies, but policy 1B also said that it has to be consistent with practices that promote the long-term viability of agriculture. And if the extraction at this level is going to impair the long-term viability of agriculture, that gives your commission additional jurisdiction to deny the project. Moving now to the condition WAT 01, which imposes a severe curtailment on the operation. And as Ms. Anderson mentioned, it really defeats the project's ability to achieve the objectives of providing frost protection. The curtailment is 88% of the time during a heavy frost year. So there will have to be wind machines or other strategies used. So as a practical matter, the condition will either not be complied with or will effectively prevent the project from achieving its objectives. So your commission does have jurisdiction in these circumstances to recognize that the mitigation measure, this condition, is not going to be effective to accomplish the desired project objectives and deny it based on those reasons. The other important factor is that as drafted, the condition allows 3-year rolling averaging of the water consumption. The guidelines, the CEQA guidelines don't allow that. It's an annual year by year. And so that provision of the condition as well is blatantly inconsistent with our CEQA thresholds. Cumulatively, we ask that you deny this project. It's simply in the wrong place for this kind of activity. These reservoirs are going to have significant impacts. There are alternatives that avoid those impacts, and that's a basis for your commission's jurisdiction to deny the project. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Do we, of our remaining people on Zoom, and how many of them are there? 20 something?
23.
Oh, it's, you don't get any reduction from the last
There-
two we
It's
heard?
25 people total.
Oh, it grew.
Yeah.
Okay, then, let's first take those who are willing in a minute or less to state their position and go first before what looks like the inevitable lunch break. Do we have people that will somehow raise their hands and indicate to Mr. Villalobos they're going to hold themselves to a minute or less, and you'll get to go first? Assuming
Looks
our
like I have
logistics allow
4
this.
takers.
4 takers, then let's get them.
Oh, it keeps going up. Okay. Let's see. We'll just do our
Goes
best
up
here.
to
So
As
just
they-
also, I see that we have someone joining us by phone. It's *9, by the way, if you're joining us by phone, to raise your hand.
So a minute's a minute.
Let's start with Kathleen March. She's had her hand up the whole time.
Thank you. I'm Attorney Kathleen March, representing Walking U Ranch LLC, opposing the North Fork proposed Frost Ponds project. This ERI should not be approved. It should be sent back to require that it fix highly material errors of law in the EIR. The worst errors of law are violating CEQA and SIGMA by the EIR failing to consider alternatives such as wind turbines. The second worst error of law is violating CEQA and SIGMA by failure to consider the cumulative effects of allowing additional groundwater use by North Fork. The EIR, and I sent this in writing at page 286 of 556 total pages, comment 8.6 to Walking U Ranch saying use wind turbines, which is environmentally superior because it does not use groundwater, says that the EIR does not consider alternatives like wind turbines because of the 2009 Santa Barbara county policy saying farmers can pick farming methods. A county policy, as one or more of your commission has pointed out, cannot overrule state statutes. SIGMA and
Okay.
CEQA
Ms.
are
Walker,
state-
you're well beyond your 1 minute that you voluntarily accepted.
I didn't ask to use 1 minute. I'm an attorney. I asked to use 3 minutes. You called on me. So if you want me to hold the other 2 minutes, I'll do that, but you called on me.
Then you hold your other 2 minutes because I thought I made it as clear as a bell that we were taking the 1 minutes first. And so you hold your 2 minutes and we'll call in the 1 minute people.
I'll hold it for 2 minutes for later then. Thank you.
That's right.
Okay. So next will be Fariol Sadigian, to be followed by Pamela Dwaron.
Hi, Commissioners. This is Fariol Sadigian. I'm a co-owner of Cuyama Buckhorn and part-time residents of Cuyama Valley. Commissioner Park, just so you're clear, we cannot raise our hand if we want to do 1 minute or 3 minutes. We just have the option of raising our hands. But mine will be 1 minute. As we've gotten to the valley and learned more and more about the water in the valley, everybody knows the valley is the most has the most drought, and we are absolutely overdrawn. Now to add to this, the whole valley is under a lawsuit with 2 farmers that have sued every single person in the valley on use of water. And this is for people that actually live there. This is for their daily use of water, just their human right water. Meanwhile, hearing a big corporation wanting to add more and take more water off the ground, while there's so many other options to be able to use for this. I'm not a farmer, but I've done some investigations, talked to some other farms and how in California, in Europe, and there's so many other ways to do that. That's why we are also opposing this project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who's next for our 1 minute, people?
Our next speaker will be Pamela Dwaron.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Pamela Doran. I own the Spanish Ranch in the Cuyama Valley. It is the original land grant, and we have been ranching and farming here with my family for over 25 years. I just wanted to point out that my big concern is groundwater. And if you look at 45 acre feet, 3 reservoirs, that's 135 acre feet. But that translates to over 44 million gallons of water. If that turnover happens even 4 times in a season, you're looking at over 175,000 gallons of water a year in our basin that is severely overdrafted. We're looking at every way possible to cut back on our water usage, change crops, improve water utilization and everything. And we're running out of options. This is a deny, please.
Right, well, thank you.
Okay, our next speaker will be Kelsey Ichikawa, to be followed by Hannah Weinronk.
Hi, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, great. Thanks for your time today, commissioners. My name is Kelsey. I'm an alumnus of Harvard College, and I'm also a current researcher at the university right now. And I am asking you to deny this proposal. I'm here to express my concern about the university's proposal to buy this land, and as other people have explained, further stress water access in this region. There's one thing that I've learned through my time and access to the resources and knowledge at the university. It's about the deep contradictions between Harvard's goal of being at the leading edge of sustainability and a professed emphasis on climate justice, while at the same time seeking to consolidate its financial investments in groundwater-rich land and other natural resources in ways that threaten the rights and livelihoods of local residents and farmers. And they're doing this in Brazil, Eastern Europe, South Africa, New Zealand, and Australia. And it saddens me that it's also happening in California too, where I grew up and where my family still lives. And so I'm asking you to push back against this external investor who, let's be honest, is not accountable to your constituents and is not accountable to the public good. And I think you have a great opportunity here to say no to that and give more power and democratization to the constituents that you serve.
Okay, well, thank you. And do we have any other 1 minute speakers?
So our next speaker will be Hannah Weinronk, to be followed by Julie Chung.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello, good morning. My name is Hannah Weinronk. I'm a staff member at Harvard University currently. I'm concerned about the risk associated with Harvard building more infrastructure for North Fork Ranch Vineyards. Harvard has a track record of selling their land investments when it's advantageous to them, no matter the effects on the community it has invested in. Harvard hides its actions behind a web of companies that it has created, so its farmland investments aren't associated with the Harvard name. Here in Santa Barbara, Harvard started the company Brodia to make its investments in the Cuyama Basin. In Brazil, Harvard uses 3 companies based in Delaware or the Cayman Islands to make its investments in farmland there. If Santa Barbara County ever wanted to hold Harvard accountable for their actions with the vineyards in the future, it will be extremely difficult to do so. I ask that the commission please vote in opposition of the permit application, which will only give control of water to a corporate entity at the expense of water rights and farmers' livelihoods in the Cuyama Basin. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And who's next for the 1 minute?
Our next speaker will be Julie Chung, to be followed by Sunday Holt. I'm sorry, Julie, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hi, my name is not Joy, but this interface is asking for me to unmute. Can you hear me all right? Hello?
Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Alec Martinez. I'm a Indigenous grad student studying city planning at the Harvard Graduate School of Design. And I've been keeping up with Harvard's land grabs, most recently here in Alston, where overnight, through the existence of 100 shell companies, became the owner of 25% of all of Alston's land. And there's been a great deal of exploitation, extraction, displacement, all the things that in class we are taught that we don't want to manifest in our urban spaces. My thesis is on climate change, and California is a huge topic of conversation in regards to the shortage of water. And here you have a situation where the county is rich in what water it has left if it were to conserve it wisely. Giving it over completely to an entity that has an endowment larger than 100 countries in the world is not a smart move. I'd recommend to deny this proposal and really take it to the farmers and the people that make your county so rich to decide what to do with it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And who's next, Mr. Villalobos?
Next speaker will be Sunday Hole, to be followed by Casey Walsh.
Hi, thank you for your time. I'll keep this very short. My name's Sunday, and I'm a recent Harvard alum. I'm testifying in opposition of Harvard's requested plan to construct additional reservoirs in Cuyama Valley. I feel strongly that as an institution dedicated to educating future generations, Harvard's investment should be consistent with the goal of creating an equitable and sustainable future for everyone, and actions that deplete local water resources and damage the environment run directly against those goals. In conclusion, I'm asking you to please vote in opposition of the permit application. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other 1 minutes? Oh, good.
Our next speaker will be Casey Walsh, to be followed by Douglas Hertzler.
Thank you, commissioners, for this opportunity to speak. My name is Casey Walsh. I'm a professor of anthropology at UC Santa Barbara and a resident of Santa Barbara County. For almost a decade, I've been following the water politics and the groundwater process in Cuyama, and I'd like to congratulate everybody in Cuyama for reaching a successful GSP plan. SGMA is underway. It's anticipated to reduce extraction in the Cuyama Basin by something like 40 to 60%, depending on the region. This is a fact. It's an adaptive plan. It'll move forward. I would urge that you consider this as you make your decision, because if you're basing it on 31 acre feet right now, and that extraction level is reduced by half, you're going to have a much lower baseline for your threshold, but you'll already have installed that infrastructural capacity. I should also mention that this really looks like, to me, the insistence on these frost ponds, it seems to me really a play for irrigation. If there are other alternatives, why is it that we need frost ponds? And I would say it's because of the soil composition out there in that part of the valley. The wells just don't produce enough water all the time for the irrigation needs of that big vineyard. So all the arguments for frost ponds and not for wind mitigation techniques for frost, I think are linked to the uses of those ponds, which the proponents of the project have themselves recognized in their presentation. So I thank you for your time. I urge you to vote no on this proposal.
Okay, what else do we have for 1 minute?
We have one minute left. Perhaps, because it looks like okay. Next speaker will be Douglas Hertzler.
Yes, my name is Douglas Hertzler. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I'm a senior policy analyst for ActionAid, an international nonprofit, and my policy expertise is on land and agriculture. We have been following the activity of Harvard Management Company and the impacts of working with the communities impacted by their plantations in Brazil. We've been following their impacts of their global land and water grabs internationally. The project proponents argue that this project would be beneficial to the economy, but our expertise in economic development says that this type of large-scale project extracts water and other resources from the local community without having the economic benefits that local farms have. So based on our understanding of this type of project, we would suggest that you should reject this proposal.
All right, well, thank you. Any other 1 minute?
People keep raising their hands.
Well, that's the idea.
Okay.
As the lunch hour approaches.
Let's see here. Julie, perhaps the real Julie Chung this time.
Let's go.
Hi, hello. My name is also not, I apologize. I was asked to unmute, but Julie, you go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I just found the unmute. Hi. So I can begin speaking now if that's okay.
Yes, please do.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, to the members of the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission. My name is Julie Chung. I'm a first-year medical student at Harvard Medical School, and I also graduated from Harvard College in 2020. And I was born and raised in Southern California and plan to practice there when I graduate medical school. So I'm testifying in opposition of Harvard's requested plan to construct additional reservoirs in the Cuyama Valley. And I first learned about Harvard's land grabs and harmful impact on local farmers and water resources in California after graduating from Harvard College. I was working at Namu Farms in Winters, California, and I really witnessed firsthand the need for responsible and sustainable management that are accountable to California's local economy, people, livelihoods, and environment. And I really had no idea that while I had the wonderful privilege to receive a Harvard education and to one day serve the residents of my home state in California, the Harvard Management Company and its investment practices were and really are attempting to, at any cost, profit off the land and people that I call home. And as many people have spoken before, there's very strong reasons to suggest the Harvard Management Company's lack of accountability. I won't go into too much detail as it's been covered, but just the fact that they've been approached by investors first in 2012 and now have gained ownership of Berdea and are really buying up large tracts and plant vineyards. So I just want to really end by saying that Harvard, it's a pattern that they're scooping up these land areas.
You know what, you're well beyond your 1 minute. So.
Oh, okay.
So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let's go to the other non-Julie Chung. That is listed as Julie Chung. Can you just introduce yourself for the record, please?
Yes, hello. My name is Maggie House. I am a second-year graduate student at the Harvard Graduate School of Design. I study justice in the built environment, and I'll be very brief in saying I'm also in opposition to this project for many of the same reasons as my colleagues. I have seen, actually through similarly the privilege of my education here at Harvard, some of the ways that Harvard has not been very good at communicating with residents in the areas that they do have land investments in ways that has been very harmful, and have even seen that through classes that I've taken here at Harvard, where I've communicated with residents affected by Harvard land policies here in Boston in the Allston area. So would just urge you all to consider opposing this project for all of those reasons. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay.
All right, our next speaker will be Liz Carlisle.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Chair Park and the Commission for the opportunity to speak. My name is Liz Carlisle. I live in Goleta. I'm an agricultural researcher, and I collaborate with farmers and ranchers in the area and around the country who are interested in moving towards sustainability in agriculture and in the sustainability of our rural communities, which is really important to me since I'm from a rural community myself. I am a professor at UC Santa Barbara, but I'm speaking today in my personal capacity. And I too urge you to deny this permit for this project. The technical aspects, I think, have been very well covered by previous speakers. But just to come back to that big picture that Mr. Gleesman mentioned, the Cuyama is an overdrafted basin, a critically overdrafted basin with a groundwater sustainability plan. And these reservoirs would increase the pumping of groundwater and make the region vulnerable. And I wanted to return to this policy, the county groundwater resources protection policies and the county's comprehensive plan, because they provide that, quote, the county shall not allow through its land use permitting decisions, any basin to become seriously overdrafted on a prolonged basis, and quote, shall not make land use decisions, which would lead to the substantial overcommitment of any groundwater basin. end quote. And my view as a researcher is that this project would lead to the substantial overcommitment of this groundwater basin, and I urge you to deny the permit. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. More 1 minutes. Mr. Villalobos.
So it looks like the only remaining hand we have up is Miss March waiting for remaining 2 minutes.
Okay, well, that's how we'll start after lunch, which will be, what is it, 1:05 right now? That's right, 12:02. We'll be ready to go at 10 after 1. So welcome to the afternoon session for the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission hearing for March 29, 2023. And I momentarily forgot our other two in-house speakers. And so we'll have Robert Ryan and John Jones. You pick who wants to speak first. All right, so it's Robert Ryan. Same 3 minutes.
Thank you. I was ready to do 1 minute, but
Well,
this will be easy. I think.
Take three, you know, first thing after
Well,
lunch.
I've looked at my notes. A lot of it's been covered. My name is Robert Ryan. I'm a native California, grew up in Santa Barbara County and have a residence near Cottonwood Canyon, a couple miles from the project site. My concerns are two things: resource management and economy of scale. Resource being the groundwater, and the economy of scales if this vineyard project can sustain itself with what water is available as a resource for the future. North Fork is possibly the largest agriculture operation in the Northwest region of the Cuyama Basin. They rely on water to grow their grapes. This water and the wells drilled are allowed and unregulated by the county, as we've been over that. Records show that in the 6 years of pumping, their water levels have declined. And that's a major negative for that subject, because it's a distressed condition as we see it now. Couple questions. What happens when or if the added water demand from this proposed reservoir project, if that exceeds the required threshold, regulated threshold maximum of the 31 acre feet per year? Is this going to be watched and monitored and enforced? Another question: doesn't a water right allow for a quote reasonable amount of water? And that was previously mentioned by Commissioner Perini. Last question: might the existing vineyard site adversely deplete the groundwater supply there for the other basin users? And this goes back to the resource management. Water is the lifeblood of all humans, and that is our concern as neighbors. Therefore, I oppose a system that will demand millions more of gallons of water indefinitely. Thank you for your intelligent consideration on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. And Mr. Jones.
Okay, thank you for your time. My name's John Jones. We've got a ranch just down the road from Steve and Robbie, and we've been on our place. My family's been on the place since 1912. And so we have a kind of a history with the water and everything that's going on up there. And a couple of just quick questions. One is you've established 31 acre feet and all that for your projected pond use and all that. But what happens when the groundwater people, the state people come in and impose a limit that's less than that? How is that going to affect what they're doing? And who's going to enforce any of that? If they pump water in and pump water out and it's metered, but who's going to enforce that? Who's going to check that to see that they're staying within the limits that are being imposed one way or another on that project? So far, I haven't heard of any accountability for that at all. You're just going to take their word for it, like they've pretty much done with everything else that they've done around this job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Okay, so no one else in the room is left to speak, correct? Okay, we're going to go back to Zoom. And Ms. March, are you there? I'd like to let you go first to finish what you started before noon.
Thank you. Again, Attorney Kathleen March, representing Walking U Ranch LLC, opposing the North Fork Frost Ponds project. Commission should deny approval for the reasons all the speakers opposing this project have stated. But at a minimum, the present EIR cannot be approved because it's based on major errors of law, which would have to be corrected. It says that it does not have to consider cumulative effect of allowing additional groundwater use by North Fork. That's false. CEQA 14 CCR 15130 and 15355 require considering cumulative effect. Sigma, California Water Code 10736.6 also talks about cumulative effect. The county and this commission are bound to follow CEQA and Sigma, which are state statutes. 760 water acre feet a year is already unsustainable groundwater use by North Fork. It's caused the groundwater table to drop 100 feet from 2016 to now, allowing more cumulative use would be even more unsustainable. Second, the EIR violates Sigma and CEQA by saying it does not have to consider alternatives such as wind turbines, which are environmentally superior because they don't use groundwater, and which your Roberta Jaffe's slides showed are more effective. The ERR, page 286 of 556 total pages, says it doesn't have to consider alternatives like wind turbines because of a 2009 Santa Barbara County policy. That can't trump state statute, Sigma and CEQA. The reservoir is pumping 31 additional acre feet per year or 103 acre feet per year, violate Sigma and CEQA. But there's also, they don't say they're going to limit themselves to either 103 feet or to 31 feet. Now, in addition, the DWR just approved the Cuyama Basin GSP, which requires reducing irrigation of crops each year for the next 20 years in the Central Valley. So the whole premise of this EIR that irrigation doesn't have to be considered is false. Thank you. Please deny approval.
Okay, thank you, Ms. March. And who is next?
Our next speaker will be Emma Yip, to be followed by Lynn Carlisle.
Hello, commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Emma Yip, and I'm a third-year law student at UC Davis and worked with our Water Justice Clinic in 2022. I've spent a considerable amount of time in the Cuyama Valley, and I'm a frequent visitor of Steve and Robbie's ranch. Unsurprisingly, I'm here to voice my opposition and concern over Harvard's frost ponds. My concern with the proposed project relates to the chosen baseline. Under CEQA, the baseline is very much so the backbone of an EIR, where it acts as the primary point of comparison for the proposed project. When we measure impacts in an EIR, we measure them against the baseline, which is why it's so vital to the study's integrity and usefulness. Under CEQA, a lead agency may choose a baseline that reflects past, present, or future events. A baseline based on past events or historical usage is generally appropriate when conditions fluctuate over time, such as at oil refineries or petrochemical plants. Present condition baselines, on the other hand, are generally appropriate for situations where the conditions are steady, meaning they haven't changed dramatically in the past and they're not projected to change dramatically in the future. This is the type of baseline utilized by the county in its EIR for the Harvard frost ponds. The final type of baseline available under CEQA is the future conditions baseline, which is appropriate for situations where conditions are projected to change in the future. This type of baseline is used in situations where a new regulation is projected to come into play, or there's some other project slated to come into effect that will alter the background conditions. The situation before us perfectly encapsulates a situation that the future conditions baseline is designed for. Sigma is upon us, and pending final adjudication for the Cuyama GSP, it will dramatically lower groundwater use in critically overdrafted basins like here. I appreciate the county's consideration of Sigma within its EIR, but to properly utilize a future conditions baseline like it should, the county needs to assess the entirety of Sigma's impacts, which will include water reductions consistent with sustainable groundwater use. This is likely the reason why the 31 acre-foot per year threshold of significance, which was established over 30 years ago, has made some commissioners pause today. Isn't any increase in usage in a critically overdrafted basin significant? The county's failure to assess this in the EIR severely diminishes its usefulness as a document meant to inform citizens. For this reason and others that have been discussed, I respectfully request that Harvard's Frost Pond project be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you. And who's next?
Our next speaker will be Lynn Carlisle.
Good afternoon, Chair Park, Commissioners. My name is Lynn Carlisle, no relation to the prior speaker. I'm the Executive Director of the Cuyama Valley Family Resource Center, and I staff the Cuyama Valley Community Association. I've worked in the Valley for the past 12 years, and for the past 8, I've worked to support equitable implementation of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act to protect and restore the Valley's critically overdrafted groundwater basin. The final EIR for the project includes detailed arguments that hinge on mitigations that would purportedly avoid incurring more than 31 acre-feet in evaporative loss of groundwater. This 31 acre-foot metric was derived from a net overdraft condition of 28,525 acre-feet per year based on, as Mr. Rodriguez stated, everyone's use of water 31 years ago, which does not take into account additional pumping, including the Harvard project that has taken place since 1992. Sadly, I can tell you today that we are far, far exceeding 28,565 acre-feet in overdraft, and the threshold is absolutely no longer consistent with current overdraft, as was stated by staff. Our most recent reports, which are not included in the AIR, show that just last year, the overdraft was 38,500 acre-feet, or 35% higher than the 1992 threshold. And the year before that, the overdraft was 44,800 feet, nearly 60% higher. In fact, in 8 of the past 10 years, the Cuyama Basin has far exceeded the estimated overdraft. Using a 31 acre-foot limit based on such an out-of-date data is a flawed metric when measuring evaluating the impacts of the project before you today. Echoing what others have noted, if built during those frost events, these reservoirs' evaporative loss would exceed even the outdated 31 acre-foot threshold and wouldn't be affected for their purpose. Why build them if they won't work every time? Why sacrifice 15 plus acres of habitat for an ineffective solution? We're hearing from many small and mid-sized farmers and ranchers in the valley who are doing everything they can to cut back on water use, fallowing land, running less cattle, installing better irrigation methods to conserve the groundwater that everyone relies on. We need your help. We need the help of all stakeholders to work together to reverse decades of overdraft and finally protect the basin by implementing a strong plan that will comply with state law and bring the basin into balance. Permitting this project would run directly counter to all the effort and expense that the county and many others have occurred to initiate reductions, not permit increases to Cuyama's overdraft. Please join with us in protecting our invaluable and finite groundwater resource in the Cuyama Valley and deny this request. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carlisle. Who is next?
Our next speaker will be Zachary Casanola Johnson, to be followed by Elizabeth Chi. And Elizabeth Chi would be the last person with their hand raised. I see that there are some people in Zoom who haven't spoken. If you'd like to provide public testimony, go ahead and raise your hand. Thank you. I see some new hands. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you and good afternoon, commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to submit my comment today. My name is Zach Castagnola Johnson. I'm a second-year law student at UC Davis. I'm a former wine educator and sommelier, and I am the great-grandson of Salvatore Castagnola, who co-founded Castagnola Brothers Seafood, which some of you may remember was a Santa Barbara staple for most of the 20th century. I'm submitting this comment in opposition of Harvard's Frost Pond project, which I will be discussing in the context of Sigma's greater purpose. In 2014, the California legislature enacted Sigma due to devastating drought conditions leading to critical overdraft of groundwater basins across the state. The Cuyama GSA was formed in 2017 in response to Sigma because the Department of Water Resources identified the basin as one of 21 in a state of critical overdraft. The main goal of Sigma is to eliminate this critical overdraft over a 20-year period by identifying undesirable results, meeting measurable objectives, and setting minimum thresholds for sustainability indicators. Basically, Sigma requires critically overdrafted basins to reduce groundwater pumping. According to the updated groundwater sustainability plan prepared by the Cuyama GSA, at current groundwater pumping levels, the average annual overdraft in the basin is estimated to be approximately 26,000 acre feet, and the reduction in groundwater pumping required to achieve long-term sustainability is approximately 40,000 acre feet per year. The plan states that achieving sustainability in the basin requires projects that will increase water supply and reduce groundwater pumping. Although Harvard's Frost Pond project will be located in the western portion of the basin, which has experienced less change in groundwater levels than the severely depleted central portion of the basin, long-term impacts from recent increases in irrigated agriculture and proposed projects like the Frost Ponds in the western basin are completely unknown. Moreover, the massive size of the North Fork vineyards is a substantial departure from the small-scale, hands-on approach to viticulture that Santa Barbara wine country is known for. As other commenters have outlined, this is a problem of scale that shouldn't be solved by further draining an overdrafted basin. In conclusion, the addition of such an unnecessarily consumptive and high-risk use of groundwater is completely at odds with both the overall purpose of Sigma, the 2022 GSP, and Santa Barbara's artisan winemaking tradition. The project's proponents are willing to take this risk despite the devastating present and future impacts of climate change and California's worsening water crisis. For the foregoing reasons, I respectfully request that the Commission deny the application for Harvard's Frost Pond project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Who's next?
Our next speaker will be Elizabeth Chee, to be followed by Pamela Bazook.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Elizabeth Chee, also a law student at UC Davis, and I echo the concerns raised by my peers. But I will be focusing on addressing the county's response to our written comments about misleading objectives. The North Fork Frost Ponds is first and foremost a water grab designed to enrich Harvard's endowment with only an incidental purpose of frost prevention. This is relevant to the EIR's adequacy because the EIR would be fundamentally misleading in omitting a primary project objective, and the fact that the project is designed to maximize water consumption is inconsistent with both the Land Use Development Code and the agricultural element, which go to CEQA. To my first point, the EIR's stated objectives of frost prevention and environmental protection are misleading and violate CEQA because they omit the project's objective of maximizing Berdea's water rights. The North Fork Vineyards already implemented wind turbine frost protection measures that proved more effective than water application, yet they are not considered as an alternative or mitigation measure. The selection of frost ponds and refusal to consider available alternatives that don't require water goes to the objective of Berdea's investment prospects, not frost management or agriculture as deliberated this morning. Second, I'd like to respond to this county about this omission having no bearing on the EIR's adequacy. Even if omitting the project's actual objectives doesn't change its environmental impacts, Pursuant to section 35.82.060E1 of the Land Use Development Code, the minor conditional use permit is a discretionary one and requires findings of no detrimental impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. This is intended to promote the welfare of the county's residents and businesses, not faraway elite institutions. Maximizing Bordea's water rights undermines the efforts of Santa Barbara farmers who have worked tirelessly to reduce their water use and thus should be highly relevant to the county's deliberation about whether to issue the permit. Finally, I'd like to challenge the notion that the county's hands are tied because of the agricultural element. The ag element requires the county to recognize rights and freedoms about the agriculture management decisions, but this is subject to applicable policies and regulations, and they must be sound agricultural practices that promote the long-term viability of agriculture. The county relies on condition WATO1 to satisfy this provision, but this measure seems infeasible for frost prevention as the applicant claims the wind turbines would be, leaving only the water rights objective that harms the long-term viability of agriculture. Some courts have even upheld water board policies banning frost ponds as unreasonable uses of water under certain conditions. The county has no obligation under the ag element to approve frost ponds that are designed to maximize water use to establish elevated water rights. To conclude, the North Fork Frost Ponds project is purposely water intensive and sited in an area with severe water shortages, and it is a blatant attempt by Harvard and Bredea to profit off of local water shortage at the expense of the people you represent. I urge you to oppose this project. Thank you.
So our next speaker will be Pamela Bazook to be, and then we'll go to our telephone speaker.
Thank you, Chair Park and Commissioners, for your careful consideration of this project. I want to thank all those who've spoken before me with technical and legal information about the negative impacts of this project. I also want to thank those Harvard students, alumni, and staff who have spoken. As we in Cuyama suspected and feared, and as we all heard from the individuals connected with Harvard University, Harvard has shown to have little concern for the areas they have purchased, including, of course, the Cuyama Valley. That's beyond their monetary profits. For those of us who live, work, or enjoy visiting Cuyama Valley, we know that there is a special quality in this region of Santa Barbara County. There are scenic wonders, wildlife, and places to be immersed in nature. We live here and we would like to retain this environment for our lifetimes and generations. As you are well aware, Cuyama Valley is in a critically overdrafted status due to unregulated groundwater pumping that has existed for many years. And as you have heard from others, although the northwestern region of the Cuyama Valley was in stable groundwater status prior to the North Fork Vineyard project, it has shown a significant 100 feet of water level drop since 2016, when North Fork Vineyard began irrigating the 850 acres that had been previously used only for pasture land. Construction of the ponds are going to disrupt earth and will create more water usage. It has been pointed out that these reservoirs would be ineffective for their proposed use. Wind turbines need to be explored as a reasonable alternative to the frost ponds. They will use no water, have no negative impact on the groundwater levels, and the construction would not require huge earth disruption with potential impact on native plant and protected animal species or tribal cultural resources. Furthermore, wind is an excellent choice for vineyards of this size. There are also other options for frost protection, like mobile heat units. This year's current heavy rainfall offers some relief from the drought, but does not replenish the groundwater that has been depleted over the many years of overuse. I urge you to oppose this project and preserve the Cuyama Valley, the water, the life, and natural habitat. Thank you for your for the opportunity to voice my comments.
Thank you. Do we have a phone speaker now? Is that?
We're going to try, see if we
Try.
can connect. Yeah, so we do have one speaker who's joining us via telephone. If you'd like to speak, I've gone ahead and give you permission to talk. You just have to hit *6 on your phone to unmute yourself. So there's only one speaker via phone, so you don't have to talk if you don't like to, but if you'd like to, go ahead and hit *6 now. And if there's anyone else who hasn't spoken that would like to, go ahead and raise your hand and I'll call on you. All right, so I don't see our telephone speaker unmuting themselves, so nor do I see any additional hands.
So this is where I say forever hold your peace. I now pronounce you. No. Okay, so we're going to have rebuttal now. And who's going to lead that off? Okay, it's Mr. Swank. And I've given some thought to the time. I had told you I'd limit it to 5 minutes, but I think a lot of different kinds of issues have come up. And I think that probably what would happen if I held you to 5 minutes, you'd have a whole lot of planning commissioner questions. And I'm thinking it'll actually save time for you to address the things that you've heard us voice already, because there's a pretty long question and answer session with Mr. Rodriguez. So try to hold it to 5, but if you need to go to 10 as a hard stop, keep going.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. David Swink with Rural Planning Services. Looking at the amount of comments that we've had, they're really in several major categories. So I thought we'd answer those. So what I'm going to do is ask Ray to come up and discuss first of the issues of a lot of questions about the wind turbines. And I think he's the best to be able to answer and resolve any issues with that, and also how Sigma is related to this process. After that, then we'll be talking about the water threshold and also some of this environmental baseline questions that Steve Haram, our attorney, would be able to answer. So I'll have Mr. Shady come up and answer those questions.
Thanks, David. Commissioner Park, members of the commission. So a couple of quick points just on what I saw in some of the letters and also what Pam alluded to, 100 feet of drawdown. The well that keeps being referred to, 841, did have a maximum drawdown of 76 feet. It's about 1,100 foot deep aquifer there. That's at the deepest part. The other remaining wells across the well field have not seen that, but that is a more productive well that we rely on. So regarding the windmills and their effectiveness, and Robbie's slide deck of specific blocks 3 days after the April frost event. So block 5, which is the one that Robbie showed the photo of having been sprinkled and then a bunch of dead vines. Between 2 and 3 a.m., we actually had a filter plug on that block. And so in the recovery time, the vines were damaged, or the new growth was damaged, simply because you have water that landed on it and then it froze hard, didn't have continued application that would be otherwise providing that exothermic protection. So I think the context that we're looking at this project in now, like why are we still beating our head against the wall on building free reservoirs when we could just cover the vineyard in 160 windmills and say, okay, now it's protected. Water is still going to be the most effective relative to the conditions here, with the requirements that are being laid out in staff's report and the findings from the EIR. That's basically going to mean that we will have to be within the confines of what the county is saying, and then also the reality of Sigma, more judicious in where we're applying that water. And we may have to have, in some of the upper drainages where we can push cold air down with windmills, those still have to be there. You're not going to cover all 839 acres continuously. And that's some of the math that people are waving their hands about, but it's
to say. And what I'd like to do is, my wife keeps saying, don't say that. And so I'd like to address 4 issues which the commission raised, and I try to deal with them as quickly as I possibly can.
And where do you hail from?
From Stockton, California.
Excellent.
From Stockton. Number 1 is the threshold of significance. Number 2 is alternatives. Number 3 is cumulatives. And number 4, real quickly, is Sigma. Let me turn first to the question of thresholds of significance, because the question has been arisen, well, why is this the right threshold of significance? That answer is found in the CEQA guidelines, which nerds like me carry around with us. And it's section 150647. And it says that agencies should have thresholds of significance. And that is done in this case by your Board of Supervisors at a notice public hearing, adopting a threshold of significance by resolution. And that is considered to be the stable rule that is used in all EIRs in that area. And that's exactly what's happened here. And you are being asked to follow that rule and adopt it to this situation. Now, to use a legal term, some of the attorneys have attempted to impeach that and say, well, that's not a good threshold of significance. But that is the stable one that is to be used. And subsection D says it's to be used in order to create certainty in the process, which everyone should be entitled to. And the answer to them who are unhappy with that threshold of significance is to petition the board and ask for the board at a noticed public hearing to consider adopting a different threshold of significance that could be used as the rule going forward. But at this point in time, that's the rule the board has adopted, and it's the one I respectfully say that this commission should follow, since it's the adopted rule and creates stability in determining significance of impacts. Number two, on the issue of alternatives, an alternative has to meet the project objectives. I handled the leading case in this area called Association of Irritated Residents, great name, versus County of Madera. And I represented a young farmer, Mr. Hooker, who had a 12,000 cow dairy. And he did an EIR, and our EIR got challenged and we went to court. And the opponent said that the EIR didn't look at doing a 10,000 head dairy or an 8,000 head dairy or a 6,000 head dairy. And ultimately, the Fifth District Court of Appeals concluded and agreed with us that we didn't have to look at those alternatives because those alternatives did not fulfill the purpose of that project, given the size of the dairy that he had constructed, and that therefore you don't look at things that don't meet the objectives of the project. Here, the objectives of the project are to have 3 ponds that are going to allow for frost protection during certain periods of time. And so you don't have to look at other things. It has to be feasible. And I think the strongest testimony is Mr. Shady's testimony that indicates you could not do it with wind turbines. We heard a lot of testimony this morning of how smart Harvard people are. And I'm just going to suggest to you that if wind turbines could have handled this without going through an EIR process that started in 2017, don't you think this landowner would have done it if that works? Clearly, that doesn't work, and that's why we've been working since 2017 on that. Third, with respect to cumulative impacts, there was an issue of why aren't you looking at all the water impacts? You should be looking at those. The answer to that question, again, is found in the guidelines, and I call your attention to guideline 15065A3. It gives us the definition of cumulative impacts, and it says a cumulative impact is where you take the individual impacts of the capital P project, a discretionary approval, and you compare it to the impacts of other capital P projects, other discretionary approvals. Here, the problem with the argument is said, well, you should be looking at all the water uses. But the water uses relate to things of a matter of right. You have the right to farm, you have the right to irrigate, you have the right to put water on your crops. So that's not a cumulative impact as it's defined in the statute. You only look at other capital P projects that are discretionary acts. And that's why the EIR adequately studied cumulative impacts in this case, because basically the opponents are asking you to do something that the guidelines do not allow you to do, is to compare the impacts of a project to the impacts to something that is a non-project. And that's why it wasn't done in this particular case. It was done according to the law. And finally, with respect to SGMA, and I'll be done, is the issue is what's the relationship between SGMA and land use? And the short answer is, well, there really isn't any. At the end of the day, notwithstanding the decisions we make as land use practitioners, SGMA will tell a property owner what he or she can or cannot do. So the two statutes are not integrated. They are both state statutes, to be sure, but they are not integrated. And at the end of the day, the property owners are going to have to conform to SGMA, notwithstanding their land use approvals. Those conclude, I think, some of the major comments that you asked. If there's some others that we missed, we'd be more than pleased to try to answer them. But thank you very much for this time.
Why don't you hang in there and let me ask if any of the other commissioners have questions of Mr. Harum or anyone else on the applicant team. Looks like not.
Okay, great.
We've worn each other all out, you know.
Yes, thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you. now, I believe, is a point in time where we ask staff if you have anything else that you are dying to contribute or correct or whatever you'd like to say.
Thank you, Chair Park and Commissioners. Gosh, a lot of information. This was a tough project. It started before I got here and I've been working on it since I've been here, and it's very complicated. I've learned a lot and I still think I have a lot to learn. I don't think we have anything to add right now. We're happy to answer questions. You've had a lot of information. Nothing to clear up at this point. I think we're good for now.
Very good. So do any of my fellow commissioners have questions of staff? Mr. Bradley.
This is not complicated at all, but we had a lot of testimony today that referred to the project as the Harvard project. And so I'm just wondering, in the documentation in the file, which is very, file long, Brody, what is the evidence of who these people are? I mean, or Brody, it's just like any other LLP or LLC that we see. We're not really sure who it is behind it. And I'm asking staff because there was so much public comment about it being a Harvard matter, and it's not even a land use thing. It's just a question.
Commissioner Bradley, there is nothing in the case file that names Harvard. Brodia is the applicant. I had probably been working on the project for months until somebody informed me of that connection.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Bradley, I could also add too, anytime we have an application that comes into our offices, the applicant that signs on the dotted line for the application, it's a lot of times an LLC or a corporation. And the process that we follow is that we look at the documents for that LLC to see who has the signatory authority. And so if they're named on that document as being an officer of that LLC, that's what we collect. So any number of folks could be in the background behind the scenes of an LLC. So that's not something that we check.
Okay, no further questions. We're going to close the public hearing. And now's the time for deliberations, unless I've missed something. And this is a first district project. Was it a first district project when we first looked at it? I can't remember. Okay, it wasn't fifth, huh? But anyway, it's certainly first district now. And that means you, Mr. Cooney, we'd like to ask you what your thoughts are preliminarily.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can tell you what my thoughts are right now. They might be different 5 minutes from now when we vote, but I do think, given the sophistication and the breadth of testimony that we've heard today, this is really a almost unique situation in our Planning Commission's experience. And as a result, there have been questions. I don't think we could answer them if everybody in the room and everybody on Zoom would spend the whole weekend with us, but we have to do our best. Staff has done an excellent job, and I don't know how you conscripted Mr. Rodriguez into helping out, but it was a good decision. And he has a way of looking at a mess and organizing it. So it may still be a mess, but it's a neat mess. So congratulations to you for being able to do that. And it really did deepen our understanding. I think a lot of times the commission is inclined to reach its result without so much solid staff support as we've gotten on this project. This is not one of those. I value the thoughts always of my fellow commissioners, and before I would vote on this project, I want to listen carefully to what others heard and understood from the presentation. But I want to say one thing up front. We had different groups of public speakers today. They were distinct from each other. I think the the most significant distinction is between the students who were after Harvard, who have studied evidently the practices of the investment arm of Harvard to purchase land. Many said water was the goal. I don't think I can't make a decision here based on that testimony. I understand the concern. I share it as a human being, but my resolution is not to decide emotionally based on whether I think there is a land grab going on by one of our nation's most revered institutions and its investment, very successful investment program. However, I do listen to those who are directly impacted by the proposal of the manner in which these grape orchards are to be protected from frost. These are people who live the agriculture of the Cuyama Valley, and they have spoken against this project. And I had to ask myself, why are they so opposed? It's remote. It's a huge storage, has storage capacity, but they're still concerned. So armed with that testimony fresh in my mind, I looked at what we always have to look at as commissioners, and that is what are we going to be able to do with the findings? What are we going to be able to apply in terms of the conditions? Have the conditions been crafted in a way to be able to make the findings? And in this case, I had a problem with being, for me as one commissioner, able to make the findings beginning with 1.4.3, which is on page 2 of the findings. The Planning Commission finds that proposed mitigation is adequate to reduce project-specific and cumulative impacts related to geologic processes to a less than significant level. And we talked about that. I think the key is whether we are bound by the 31 acre feet per year threshold. And we started the hearing with that. And through all the testimony, I haven't been convinced that that's the appropriate threshold. And that could mean that more work has to be done to convince me and others that it's there. But continuing, 1.4.5, hydrology and water quality, groundwater use. This is a critical part of the project, obviously, and it says the Planning Commission finds that proposed mitigation is adequate to reduce project-specific and cumulative use of groundwater impacts to below the adopted significance threshold of 31 acre feet per year. It goes on, but the point is, again, is it the right threshold? And can we find that it's adequate to mitigate the concern that has been so aptly expressed by many of our audience today, that there's a water problem in the Cuyama Valley and in this portion of the Cuyama Valley. And it may be something that doesn't take all the water for all time this year or next year or the year after that, but it's a fuzzy science if it's a science at all. And I have trouble making that finding that's been done. And finally, there are others, but I we'll refer to one of the basics. I think Ms. G mentioned it for the first time I recall in this hearing when she said in the language of finding 2.1.5, the proposed project will not be detrimental to the comfort, convenience, general welfare, health, and safety of the neighborhood and will be compatible with the surrounding area. The Planning Commission finds that the proposed project is compatible with the surrounding area and the project is not detrimental to the health, safety, comfort, convenience, and general welfare of the neighborhood. In a word, I can't make those findings, so I can't support the project as it now stands. Could it be modified? Could it be changed? I have no doubt there are tweaks that can be made, but I have severe doubt that I would ever find the ponds that have been proposed as the source of water for the frost control to be acceptable in a way that doesn't affect the remainder of the neighborhood negatively. So that's more than I usually say, but I do feel at the end it came together for me. So, Mr. Chair, that's how I would open.
Okay. And who would like to go next? Commissioner Freeney.
I guess I was designated as next. I look at this a little bit differently. The beneficial use is the crop. The crops are planted. Years ago when the group came to us legally to put in legal ponds, right? What came back was, well, you're going to need an EIR or to solve everybody's concerns, or at least to make those concerns known. That's been done. The EIR includes the mitigation. The applicant has agreed with the mitigations. Staff has presented the evidence before us, I think, to show that. I think 21.5 is interesting to me, that, is that every project is going to have an impact. And the more people that are involved, the more different opinions you will get. And that's what we've heard today. Sigma was put in place for a reason. There's no doubt that the Cuyama Basin is overdrafted. However, there's been no hydrologic information presented to us today from a hydrologic engineer showing where those impacts will be from these wells. There is discussion of the hydrogeology of the Cuyama Basin in the Sigma documentation of subbasins and partial basins and teacup basins and all of these different types of basins in Cuyama. So that's where I wish we would have heard from the opposition side on something to back up their feeling that it's all one big basin. I don't see that they are all connected in that fashion. As counsel for the applicant explained, Sigma ultimately will have the decision-making power on what water allocations are provided to each entity or growing operation. What else did I see there? I would be inclined to go with staff's recommendation.
Commissioner Bradley, that leaves you to speak.
Well, this one is very hard for me as usual, because I don't like to get in the business of ag. I mean, I've taken some cues from Commissioner Farini, and in general, I appreciate that the county has had a very light touch on it for many decades. However, The reason Sigma is in front of us, and maybe it hasn't been codified in our process or our condition lettering or anything, but I see that coming in the future, that they will be more and more a streamlined part of the permit review. The reason we have Sigma and why it was adopted was because the state has failed to comprehensively deal with underground water management. And so this is the law. This is what individual districts are doing. And that is something that came out of, years of not doing it comprehensively. So as much as Sigma isn't a condition letter or something that maybe we have experts here to testify, I believe that their eye on it is going to be more important as we move forward. Having said that, I'm also a little bit uncomfortable with how hard we had to work to get the mitigation measure just under that threshold to make the findings. And I'm actually not comfortable with that, partially because the monitoring is tantamount to that being successful. And I even see that it's a 3-year average, right? If over a 3-year period, they go up and down, and that's a reasonable thing, but God, just to get under that 31 acre feet. So that I feel like that's very marginal, especially when we're looking at a situation where the laws are probably going to be harder and Sigma may actually downgrade the amount of water that can be pumped out of the site. So as much as I want to support the ag owner and the ag use, and it's unfortunate that there's a discretionary thing that's getting in the way of them just doing what they need to do, I am going to side with Commissioner Cooney in not being able to make those 2 findings specifically. So I would not be inclined to support it. Sorry, staff. Great job. Great job. Sorry, applicant, but that's where I am.
Okay, I'm going to weigh in. This is a really tricky case, but I'm going to join my fellow commissioners who believe they cannot make the required findings. I don't want to repeat what they had to say. I'm going to touch on some things that are in addition. I am troubled by the discussion of wind machines. I can't climb inside the heads of the decision makers for the applicant. It's not my job to do that. I can see how a cynical person could say that the process here is consistent with a strategy of using as much water as possible. I don't know if that's in their heads or not, but I think that the discussion of alternatives has really been lip service. We have the 2 reservoir alternative that would at least deal with the biological resources issue, and it didn't seem to receive adequate attention, nor did the discussion of wind machines. I think that I think it was Mr. Tetley or maybe it was Mr. Shady made I think a legitimate point that the testimony about the wind machines and their potential effectiveness was somewhat anecdotal. But I think so was the testimony about the inadequacy of the wind machines. And I think that the wind machines were essentially ignored as an alternative by what I think it was an arbitrarily restrictive discussion of our county policies that eliminated any discussion of wind machines in a serious vein. So I don't think that alternative was adequately explored, and it should have been under CEQA. I'd go on to the biological resources. Maybe this only concerns me because I don't hear other people speak to it very much, but it was very much a concern of mine when this project first came to us with an MND and statements at that time that this was just bare land and there was nothing there. And in fact, the environmental impact report was conducted and it was found there was a significant native grassland. And again, I'll use the word lip service because I think that there's just been lip service paid to the CEQA policy. It's very well expressed in the guidelines of avoidance. And yet there's been no discussion of that. What's essentially we've had is a presumption, well, the native grassland is there. We want to put our reservoir there. We're not going to talk about avoiding it. We're just going to put it there and we'll go try and restore one somewhere else. And no discussion even of the water it'll take to restore another grassland and irrigation and so forth. So I'm not comfortable with making the biological resources finding in 1.4.1. If it's the business of this county to ignore damage to biological resources and just adopt restoration plans, well, don't do it while I'm on the commission, because I want to take the guidelines seriously. We're going to look for avoidance in every case, or I am. And I don't think it's been adequately addressed here. So, and then we come to 2.1.5, which is sort of an odd finding to have to make in a project of this nature, but it is a CUP application. That's what it turned into. It wasn't at the beginning, but it is now. And so we have to make that finding, and I couldn't make that finding either. So if there is a motion to deny the project, I will support that motion. And it's Commissioner Cooney.
A lot has been said throughout the day and certainly by the commission, but very thoughtfully. And I certainly include my fellow Commissioner Farini, who's our watch star for all matters agricultural. And I know he is very thoughtful about how he conducts his agricultural operations. And there may be things in this one that he questions, but I think it's important that this commission is very, very careful in dealing with methods of growing crops. I totally agree with that. It's the findings that we're bound under CEQA to make that make this impossible for me to support the application. I support the agricultural production in the Cuyama Valley completely, but it's going to be difficult in the future. And this project doesn't make the grade. So I will move that we deny the project as presented to us.
Chair Park and Commissioner Cooney, if I may.
Guide me to some page here.
So as of today, we don't have findings for denial.
Right.
My apologies. So we would ask that you would continue it to May 10th and direct staff to come back with findings for denial.
So moved. And is there a second?
I'll second that, and just adding, and I should have caught this perhaps when I spoke, but if the maker of the motion would consider including in those findings 2.1.4, which is their adequate public services to serve the project. Commissioner Cooney?
Yes, absolutely. I didn't mean to be exclusive. There are others that we could have spent more time talking about, but suffice to say, all of the findings cannot be made.
So that's my second.
And is there any deliberations on the motion? Does anybody have anything to add on the motion? Okay, I think I'll do this as a voice vote. If this was the actual vote on denial or not, I'd want it to be a roll call. So I think that Commissioner Freeney's vote would be properly recorded. But if it's just for a continuance, I'm comfortable with a voice vote. And so all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion's carried. I think this. He said aye, yeah.
4 ayes.
That it is. Well, I'll ask, are there any no's from any commissioners? No. And don't vote twice. Okay. Well, then I think that concludes this item for today and concludes our business for the day.